Hello, everyone. I'm going to start up just a smidge early while I get started chatting here. Hope everyone is doing well. We are in the midst of some weather. Hopefully we are out of the range of the weather, but there's a chance that like our power will go out or our internet will go out or something like that. So just be warned, if the stream disappears, that is probably what happened. We will do our very best. We're going to start up today with this Nurikiller by Pesto. I think this is going to be the third Nurikiller that we've done on stream, I believe. So I have enjoyed the previous ones. So as always, we're starting with the puzzle that's from the bucket that is most voted for by the people who support the channel. If you want to support the channel, you can do that on YouTube by clicking join down below. But the people who support the channel as windmills get to vote, so they get to see all the puzzles I might do, and they have chosen this puzzle. So this puzzle got... And we're back. Oh, this is going to be fun. I don't know why OBS is connecting and disconnecting. I do not know. It must be something between us and YouTube, I suppose, because it must be OBS's connection to YouTube. You might get more than the average amount of Frazetta today. We will see. But anyway, the rules of this puzzle are we have to shade a bunch of cells in such a way that we leave only islands. And every island has to contain two things. It has to contain a numbered clue and a circle. And so, for example, it could be something like these. And those in total act like killer cages. Oh, I read it, but it was all blipped. Okay, so sorry. The people who voted for this puzzle are Woofer, Naverio, Nordy, Doomediat, Luda, Ambrose, Tallcat, Russ, Pesto, and David. So very much thank you for all of your support. It is much appreciated. So we have to sort of fill in these killer cages around the grid. And so the sum is the number. The circle is the size. So this would be these 6 cells would sum to 37. That would be a 6. And as usual with killer cages, there are no repeats. Okay, so I have to shade around stuff in order to make that happen. And the shaded cells have to be all connected, and there can't be any 2x2s. So this is all Nurikabi stuff. And of course, all of the clues have to be unshaded. So we're going to start by unshading all of our clues. That's very possible. I did not shade any givens, right? Okay, and then I have to keep apart any clues of the same type. So I can't join circles, for example. These I could join. I can't join numbers over on this side. I can't join numbers over on this side either. By the way, do you have a recommended bet tree, Pesto? As I note that the gray cells must be connected, so this cell must also be gray. This 6 needs to get a circle. There's really no way this 6 gets a circle other than this one, is there? Like this, the 6 can be at most 3 cells in size. Yeah, there just is no way it can be anyone but this one. So we get a 3 for the 6. So the 6 is going to have to go with a 1 and a 2 to get there. And we get a quick digit dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-boop-ba-boo. Woo! Ba-boop-ba-boo. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woohoo! Okay, so one of these two is the last cell in the 6 because it has to connect there. So these are both gray. This is a 1 or a 2 for sure. We've got this 3 up here. The 33 certainly has to be larger than size 1 because if it was only size 1, I'd have to put a 1 in the cell, which would be 32 short. Row 4, column 1. Is the suggested bet tree from MicroStudy, but if Pesto has a different one, then we, oops, why did I just fill in a digit there? I was not trying to. Hey, DJV, hope you're doing well. Yeah, so the 33 can't go far enough this way, so it's going to have to grow this way. Because the 33 needs to be at least 5 cells, and it's not getting to 5 cells if it doesn't take that one. But now this has actually forced this gray to get out, and the gray, remember, has to connect. So now the green has to get out. The gray has to keep getting out. In fact, actually, the 33 is now forced to be exactly that. Because it needs to be at least 5 cells, and there's only 5 cells it can take. So that circle is a 5. Killer calculator people can tell me if I'm supposed to know what this is. The green continues, the gray continues on our ever-growing march of whatever it is. So we have all of that. So I am told that I know that these are 9, 8, 7, and 4. I will just believe the people who tell me that the only way to make 28 without a 5 is these. I guess I could see that if I really wanted to. So these digits are the other ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are not 3. This actually can't be a 1 or a 2 because it needs to get to a total, and it's not going to get to a total without being because it needs to get to a total. It's going to have to get to that total, I believe. Yeah, there's no way it's getting to like that. Or sorry. There just literally is. There's not even a plausible thing that I can jokingly say it can't get to. It just has to get to that one. Okay. Oh, interesting. Jay Dyer is pointing out this needs a number as well, and there's no way it cannot take this number, because if it didn't take that number, these would both be inaccessible to it, and it would have to go, and it can't go there, so it just could not finish. So this 37, in fact, goes with this circle, and the reason why Jay is pointing that out is it means it doesn't go with those circles, or it doesn't go with that circle. Now, of course, this green is going to have to come down here to actually make that connection. And now this gray is going to have to get out again. This green is never connecting to this green, because remember, this is a 3-cell 6, so this green always has to get out. And therefore, these are now going to be connected, because there's no way this grows to get to a total without connecting to this, which means this is going to be a 4, which means that the only way to make this work is with 1, 2, and 5. So this is a 4, 1, 2, 5, because I can't get larger than that. This gray, I saw several people in chat point out needs to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is currently size 6. So I think it can be size 6, 7, or... Funnily enough, it can't be size 8, because if it was size 8, it would be missing an 8. So this can only be size 6 or 7, which means that, yeah, one of these two is a 3. I guess I don't even really care about that. The 17 cage needs to be at least size 3, is worth pointing out. And now the gray cage needs to get out. Thank you, chat. And so now this is forced. It is actually forced to be 6. I thought the fact that it was not able to be 8 was going to be an important deduction, but it was not. So my gray is growing out all over here. Right. This 4 cage is definitely connecting in one of these two spots, because remember, this is a 412. So in particular, it's not going this way. And so now there's no 2x2, and so that's green. And so now that cell is done, so it's gray. Remember, I am allowed 2x2s in green, but not in a 3-cell region. So this is a 1 or a 2. And so we've got all of that. This Oh, this gray has 2 ways it can get out. Yes, big congrats to Logan on that that CTC feature. That was very cool. Okay. The 17 must be at least 3, but it can actually be as large as 5, I think. In order to do that. Right. This and this connect. So the gray can't get out this direction. If the gray got out this direction, it would break the 33 cage. So the gray has to get out this way, is J40's point. And so that's gray, which means that's green. Which means that's green in order for this green to connect up like that. And now this gray needs to get out and now can only do it around the tree. So I'm sorry to the people who bet the tree would be unshaded. That will now have to be green for my greater than 15 cage. Let's see. So I need to take at least 1 cell out of these. Because otherwise I'm going to have a 2x2. But even if I take... Oh, no, I could take that. I don't think I can take this cell. There's no way that this cell can be green, because I would need to make this at least 7 in size, and I already know that I cannot. Actually, this can't be green either, because if it was green, it would look like this, which would separate the gray. So that's gray, which means that's green. Just by stuff. These can't both be green, and if this was green, it would therefore make that gray, but that gray doesn't connect, so this is not green either. So we've got all of that going on. It was pointed out by Jay Dyer. I keep having to look at which J it is. That 1-2 pair makes that a 5, which makes that not a 5. It makes it a 1 or a 2. Makes that not a 5. Makes these 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not a 3. That's not a 9. Let's see. So this is not a 1 or a 2. And so this is not the last cell of the 12 cage, is the point, which I could have seen some time ago. Oh, maybe I couldn't have, actually. I actually think I couldn't have, but now I can definitely see that this works like this. Jay got there at exactly the same time I did. This gray needs to get out because it's currently not out yet. This needs to be green to avoid a 2x2 in gray. This is a giant isolated gray component as it currently stands, so that's gray. This is a giant isolated gray component, so that's gray. So we get all of that happening. Let's see. So where now? Okay, so we've got some 5s over here. This is missing 3 digits that sum to 8, so it's either missing 1, 2, and 5, or 1, 3, and 4, which is interesting. So these digits can only be either from 1, 2, 5 or from 1, 3, 4, which is interesting. So these digits are always from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is just interesting in terms of what this 17 cage is. And in fact, whether this is a 3, 4, or 5 is always going to tell us what these digits are from. But in particular, the fact that this has to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 means that this can't only be 3 cells, because these are at most 8. Oh, crap. No, this could be 8 and that. No, this can't be 9. That's what the given 9 is there for. These can't sum to enough to make this 3 cells anymore. So this is actually not a 3. So we have that happening. In fact, actually, where does the 9 go in this 37 cage? The 9 always goes there. Because this cage needs a 9. Let's see. Ah, yes, this whole gray mess, Isaiah is pointing out, and I saw some other people talking about this, but there was some interesting stuff going on over here. This gray needs to connect through here, or we've got a big problem. So all of those are... we are back. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything Tristan can do about this. We might just... we might just be stuck with this for today. This gray actually needs to connect all the way up here, just for that to work. So these are a green-gray pair. Hey, Heliopolis. How are you doing? Now the 17 cage is 5 cells because of this 2x2, J. Dyer points out. Very good. So that's a 5. So these aren't from 5. And so now, if this cage was missing 1, 2, 5, that would be a big problem. Because if this cage is missing 1, 2, 5, then where am I putting the 5 in this column? And the answer is nowhere, because the 5 is in one of these 2 cells. And so this cage is actually missing 1, 3, 4. So these digits aren't 2 either. Now, J. Dyer points out we know what these are, because these digits sum to 12, which means they need to be 1, 2, and something. And they're not 1, 2, 4, 5. They're 1, 2, 3, 6, which is very interesting. Because the 1 and 2 have to go there exactly, and then these are 3 and 6, and we know the order. So that's not a 1. This is the other 3, 4 for the column. That's not a 3, that's not a 6. So we've got all that. We can mark in these digits as the 4, 8, 9 triple that they have always wanted to be with their lives. So the 3 up there. Row 1, column 8 could still be a 4. Oh, so the point is this digit, I don't know what it is. This cell I marked, I don't know that it's that. It could be that instead. So I know there's a 3 or a 4 up here somewhere. Okay. I don't think any of the logic was wrong except for my saying, so this is the 3 or 4, because that could be a 4. Got it. Okay. So we've got this. So we know there's a 1 and a 2 in these cells just by Sudoku. I know this one for sure is not a 1. Hey, Fuchsia. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Nicholas. Hey, Nordy. Let's see. Nicholas points out there's a 1, 2 pair in column 5, which is huge because it points out there and finishes that gray. Good spot to Nicholas on entry. Is not a 6. Yeah, as Tristan points out, because our internet is blipping today, presumably because of the nearby storms, you should make extra sure that you've liked the stream, because your like may not have been recorded due to the storms. So it is appreciated if you take the second to like the stream. Let's see. Row 4, column 2 only has 2 options. 3 or 4. Oh, I'm very sorry, Nordy. Microstudy says I was insufficiently vigorous with greeting you. So, welcome, Nordy. I'm glad to have you here. Woo! Good, Logan. Excellent, excellent. Okay. The suggestion of the Nordy dance is delightful. Let's see. Okay, so it was being claimed in chat by Todd that I know what digits have to go in here in order to get this to be bigger than 33. So if I used 6, 7, 8, 9, is there a reason I can't do that? Because that would get me to 35. Oh, right. Because the point is, if I use 6, 7, 8, 9, I get to 35, which is fine. What if I don't use 6, 7, 8, 9? Now I have to use a 4, 7, 8, 9, and now I'm not big enough. Okay, that was an excellent spot. Very cool. Okay, so I have to use 6, 7, 8, 9, basically because I lose too many degrees of freedom if I try not to use 6, 7, 8, 9. In my head, I thought there was a 0% chance that in a Math Pesto puzzle, like greater than 33 cage didn't sum to exactly 34, but I was wrong. Math Pesto is clearly evolving to be more surprising. So these are 3. Good spot from J. Dyer. 1 and 2 are a hidden pair in box 2. They can only go there because of this 1-2 pair in this column. This is only a 2 or a 3, I should probably mention out. If this is a 3, this is a 1, 2, 3 triple, but I don't know that I think that's a problem. I don't think. I do know there's a 2 in here, so one of these digits I know is a 2, and I know it's not the top one because there's a 1-2 pair looking at it. That doesn't seem like a productive thing to focus on, but it's true while I'm doing random things. Let's see. Four in column 5, Nicholas points out, is in one of these 2 cells up here just by looking at my pencil marks carefully, and therefore 4 goes in one of these 2 cells by looking at those pencil marks carefully. Row 3, column 1. No, row 2, column 1. Sorry, this is Screaming Ice Cube's point. Row 2, column 1 sees all of these cells as well as a 5. So this is 1, 2, 3, or 4, but there's a 1, 2, 3 triple. So this is a naked 4, making that a 4. Great spot from Screaming Ice Cube there. The other digit in the other 1, 2 in this row I know is over here. So I actually know that these are from 1, 2, or 3, giving me a 1, 2, 3 triple, meaning that this digit is that digit for the row. So this is always an 8 or a 9. Let us see here. That 2 looks up column 8, Ron points out, so that makes that a 3, which makes that a 4. So my pencil mark was right. When I put a 3, 4 here, I just magically somehow knew that. This 7, 8 has to appear in this cage, so it appears there. So that 7, 8 and that 7, 8 are the same 7, 8. That 4, Tristan points out, resolves this. So now this can't be 8 or 9, and so now this can't be a 2 anymore, because if this is a 2, I would need this to be 8 or... In fact, I would need this to be exactly 9, and it can't be anymore, so now this is a 3, which is going to finish my coloring. It's also going to make that a 3. These, remember, are now a 1, 2 pair. The absolute max I can get now is 3, 2, 6, which is what it has to be, because that is the only way we get to more than 10, because that's only 11. So therefore that's a 1, that's a 2, and that's a 3, just Sudoku logically. That's now the 6 for this cage, because it's the only cell that can be a 6. We've got these digits, or digits. Mark will tell us what digits they can be. They can be 5, 7, 8, or 9. Cool. No 3 there. These digits are known, if I ask Mark kindly enough. They're not 8 for sure, so that's a 5 and a 4. So that's the 5 for box 1, while I am at placing digits. Let's see. These are something. Oops. Uh-oh. Then my computer froze. We're having all sorts of technical issues today. I'll mark in these cells. This one's not a 1 or a 2. So those are a 7, 8 pair, making... Oops. a 7-8 pair, making that a 3. Which I probably could have done a different way, but we'll use the mark button instead. 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's fine, I believe. Hey, Kuraban. I hope you're doing well. I probably want to mark these as well. Yeah. So that's the only place for the 5 in this box. I'm sure people in chat have known that for an hour. Logan, there is a tool from Chameleon that Tristan has a little script he can have paste in chat for you. You have to go to a GitHub page and use Tamper Monkey, but it's very handy and I recommend it. But it is not yet integrated into the regular software. I don't know if it will someday be. So we can mark all of these. So this can never be a 1 because I could not get to a large enough total. So that's not a 1. Let's see. So 3, 4 would be 7 with an 8 or a 9. That's fine. I think the point is if I don't use an 8 or a 9 in here, then these are at most 15. And that's not going to work. So I need to use an 8 or 9 in here, but because of the row, I can only use 1, 8, 9. So I definitely use an 8, 9. So this digit's never a 7, 8, or a 9. So this is a 3 or a 6. Oh, there's a 4 hidden in box 4. Ooh, that's spicy. Excellent. So I did not have to do my whole bit with the virtual 7, 8, 9 business. Because the 4 was actually already placed here in this box. Thank you to Screaming Ice Cube and J40, which sadly ruined the beauty of my point. But now this certainly has to be an 8 or a 9. So that's an 8, 9 pair in the column, which has made that a 1 and a 5. That's made that a 5 and a 2, just chasing pencil marks over to there. Let's see. So now I probably just want to paint mark all over the place. And see what happens. So these two cells are a 7, 8 pair. Looking at a 9, I don't think that happens. Oh, 3 plus 4 plus 8 isn't big enough. 3 plus 4 plus 8 is only 15. Very fancy. So actually that's a 9. Very fancy spot from Alima there. So that's the 8 for this row. Those aren't 8 and that's not 8. And none of these are 9. That is now just flat out 7 and an 8 and a 6 and a 3 and a 9 and a 7 and a 9 and an 8 and an 8 and a 7 because digits don't repeat in cages and an 8 and a 9 and a 7 and a 9 because digits don't repeat in cages. 7 there, 8 and 9. Impressed Mark saw that one actually. That's a 7. So this is not a 7 or oops, not a 7 or 8. Woohoo! Not a 7 or 8. Oops, I did not do that right. Oh, it's because this isn't a 7 or 8. This only isn't a 7. These aren't 8. That's not 7 or 8. That's not 7 or 8 or 3. These are a 1, 6 pair. And because those are a 1, 6 pair, I did do that, right? These really are a 1, 6 pair. Yes, these really are a 1, 6 pair. That's going to do the rest of the world for me because that's going to be a 3 and an 8 and a 4. That's going to give me a 7 and a 4 up there, a 6 over there, a 6 and a 7 down there, a 1 and a 6 there, a 2 there, a 1 there, a 2 and a 1, a 2 and a 1, a 2. I realize I missed marking these before. They are a 9 and a 1. This row needs a 2, and this box needs an 8. So congratulations to all the 8 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. So that was very fun. I really liked that. That was, I think, by far the smoothest of the Nurikiller thing. So if you bet shaded 8, shaded 8 pays out maximum today. So 20 to 1 or something like that. No, not 20 to 1. Sorry, 15 to 1 because we have to make a house edge on the bets. Okay, excellent. That was very fun. I liked that a lot. And I really like the addition of the circles. I mean, I guess anyone who's done like many of my puzzles knows I like these circles that tell you how big a thing is, because like they appeared in my first 3 puzzles. I'm probably not going to get to it today, Fuchsia, but I will definitely have a look at a Fuchsia puzzle in the future. Yeah, I do feel like these circles are a little small. I always like them to be size 0.8, but I know that people have different preferences as to how big their digit circlage is. So I would never judge someone for having different circlage preferences. All right. I'm going to take a short break, but I will say that the next puzzle is this gift puzzle that I received from... and I realize I don't know how to pronounce this. Christounet is how I say it in my head, but I'm going to guess that the T is silent because I'm going to guess it's French, but I could be very wrong about how this is pronounced. But I'm going to do this in just a moment, and we'll be back, but I'm going to take a quick break. So hopefully the internet stays stable. Be sure that you get sort of back up to scale, and we'll be back shortly. See, if you really want to troll, Jay, what you do is you make the pixels, or you make the circles 0.79 wide and 0.8 high, and then almost no one notices it, but it sort of bugs them at the back of their mind the entire time they're working at the puzzle. And that might be the optimal. Anyway, I will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. So let us have a look at the rules to the puzzle Z. Normal Sudoku rules. Good. Normal German Whisper rules. So the green line digits have to be at least 5 apart. Region sum lines rules. So that's saying these 2 digits are the same, and these 3 digits sum to that digit. Double arrow rules. So the sum of these 2 digits in the circles is the same as the 2 digits along the line. Between line and kropki rules mostly apply. So we've got we've got a little bit of a problem, but the rules will explain it. The purple line is not a Renban, it's a Nabner line. So no 2 digits along a Nabner line are consecutive. So if I put a 5 on this line, I can't put a 4 on it. Also, I think I mixed up the between line and double arrows while I was setting, and now I can't remember what I actually put in. So all the orange lines, these things are actually ambiguous, whether they are between lines or double arrows, or presumably both, is acceptable since it doesn't specifically say not. And also, one of the white dots is lying. At least one. Wait, if at least one... Oh, that's... Okay, so the puzzle's going to have to be resolved by the fact that I'm going to have to make one of these wrong. That's amazing, that we're going to resolve some sort of pattern at the end by the fact that at least one of these is not a real white dot. Okay, so this is delightful. I don't know if anyone has a bet tree. I'm going to guess one there. But we shall see. Oh, Christoph is here. Do you have a recommended bet tree for the puzzle? I mean, I guess I really should pick one of the ones on one of the white dots, huh? But whatever bet tree. Excellent. I'm glad to have you here. We just went over the rules. So I am going to begin by high-low coloring this whisper line. I don't know which is high and which is low, so I'm going to use the tradition of yellow and purple, like that, to indicate high and low. And I have an actual X-wing on 5s. So this is definitely an actual X-wing on 5s. Where I know the 5 in this row goes in one of these 2, and the 5 in this row goes in one of these 2, so that rules 5 out of the rest of the column. So I can't put 5 in the bulb of this thermometer. What I'm interested in is how many 4 6s I can put in this row. And in particular, I'm curious... Oh, row 8, column 8 can absolutely be 5. I'm just... Never mind. This can be 5. It's not part of the green line. I assumed the green line continued under there for no reason whatsoever. But what I'm interested in is 4, 5, and 6 in this row. And what cells in this row can actually be 4, 5, and 6. Because I'm noticing I can't put... Well, I can put 2, 4, 5, 6s in here, but only if they're 4 or 6. So that cell can be a 4, 5, or 6. None of these can, and that cell can be a 4, 5, or 6. And these 2 can be 4, 5, or 6. So I think actually looking at this row, if I think about where the 4, 5, 6s go, I can only put them in here. So therefore 2 of them go over here, and therefore 4 and 6 both need to go over here, and therefore this is a 5, and we have a digit. Boop-boop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-ba-da-ba. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Always appreciate your vim and vigor around here. So that does place a 5 up here through magic. But yeah, the 4, 6 thing was the thing I saw that I thought was going to do good for us. I don't see any reason why this either has to be or can't be 4, 6. If this was a 4, these would have to be 1, 2, 3. I don't know if that's huge. Oh, that's a good question. Okay. Where is 5 in box 9? So not anywhere along the T. Certainly I can't put 5, 6 along the thermo. So the 5 in this box actually needs to be in one of these 2 spots. So I'll put an 8 in there just for fun. If that was a 5, I'd have to go 6, 7, 8, 9, and that's not enough. So actually, I think this has to be the 5. Oops. This has to be the 5, and I have to go 6, 7, 8, 9 is the only way that I can do that. And so now the 3 in the box is placed here, because I can't put it on a Nabner line with a 4. And so these are from 1, 2, 4. That's a 1 or a 2. And now purple is blue. So purple is blue. And now yellow is orange by magic. Because of that, okay, and so all of these are orange, all of these are blue. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. So we've got all of that. Now, Jay Dyer pointed out that actually I know where the 2, 4, 6s go in this row. Namely, they go here. Oops. And I actually know the order because of multiple reasons, including both a given here and the fact that I know this cell is high. It's kind of funny, actually, that I got that, that I actually knew without this given about that 6. Did I use this given 4 yet? I don't think so. Of things so far. Okay. So this is a sum of 3 digits, so I should have filled it in a while ago. But these two are the same digit. And Garian's point is that they need to be at least 6, but they can't be 6, 8, or 9. So these are in fact both 7. Making these 1, 2, 4. It's the only way to make 7 in 3. Making those low and these orange. That gives us a 1, 2, 4 triple in this column, oddly. Actually, where does the other 1, 2, 4 go in this column? It has to go up there. In other words, where does that digit go in this column? It has to go up there, meaning that this is the 5 for the column. That's a 9. So we have that. One of these two is a 9 for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Yes, this has been very sweet so far. I really like how much the Nabner line was used and how it was used is very nice. Oh, yes. I probably know what goes next to a 6 on a Whisper. That probably is something I could have filled in, Alima points out. So these are from 2, 3, 4, which means that this digit can't be a 6 or 7 because it's next to at least a 2 and a 3. So this digit can only ever be an 8 or a 9. Let's see. I know this isn't a 4, at least, because of that. So I've got all of that. Tristan wants me to note that the 3 in row 8 goes in one of these 2 cells, and therefore this digit's also an 8 or a 9, which makes that digit always a 7, which is very clever. So that puts a 7 down here somewhere. This is the second puzzle of the stream. Yes, D-Web. That is correct. One of these two is a 9. Let's see. I know there's a 5 up here. I know these are a 2, 3 pair, which I don't think is useful. But I do know that 7 looks up and gives me an 8, 7 pair, and then that 7 disambiguates the 2, 3 up there. Fantastic. So now there's a 7 in this box, and it can only go there. Just through magic. These are from 6, 7, 8, 9, and they're not 7. That one's not 8. This one's not 6 because it's next to a digit that's not a 1. If this is a 6, those would both be 1. That probably makes sense. So we've got all of those. Let's see. Kurban says 4 in box 9. 4 can't go next to a 7 on a whisper line. Thank you, Kurban. So that's a 4. So that's not a 4. So one of these is a 4. So that's not a 4 for whatever that is worth. And so one of these two is a 4. So this is a 1 or a 3 only. Oh, and it's not a 3, actually, because 3 can't go next to 7. So this is only a 1. So 3 only goes next to 1 or 2. Sorry, 7 only goes next to 1 and 2, but this C's a 2. So therefore, that's a 1, a 2, and a 3 is the point. That's a 1, that's a 2. So that's the 2, because it's the same digit. Those aren't 2. So therefore, these are a 1-4 pair, because I need to put both 1 and 4 in this box. So these are indeed a 1-4 pair. That is not a 3 anymore. I should record for posterity. Okay. This, I'm being told, is no longer 6. Right. If this was 6, it would place a 1 here, which it can't. So this is therefore 9, and that's an 8, and that's a 2, and a 9, and an 8. Good. 8 is placed here now, dangerously close to the Vetri. Let's see. Nicholas would like us to aggressively pencil mark this box. Maybe I can aggressively pencil mark these things as well. That one just is a 6, if I believe it. I should believe it. That one just is a 6, because the 1 and 4 in the box are gone. That one's just an 8. Those are a 3-9 pair. Those are a 6-8 pair. That all lines up. So this can't be a between line. This is definitely a double arrow. So we will use our standard double arrow is black, and between line is red for marking them. So this now, Screaming Ice Cube points out, is the free spot on a bingo card. It needs to be next to an 8 and a 9, but not be a 1 or a 2. The only digit so described is a 3, which sorts out those. This has been very cool. 3 over there, puts a 3 over here somewhere. By the way, 4s are blue. How long ago did someone in chat say 4s are blue and I never did it? Okay, so that does that. Row 6, column 3 is naked, I'm being told. Let's see. Mark will know. Yes, Mark agrees that this is a naked 9. So these are both blue. Okay, so if this were 2 plus 8, that would make this a 4. And if this were 1 plus 8, it would make this a 3. But Mark says this can't be a 3 for some reason, so therefore it's a 4. And therefore, this is a 2, and a 1, and a 4, and a 1. This digit's now not low, at the very least. Yes, we can just ask where 1 goes in this box, and it definitely goes there. Which means that, in fact, this is also a double arrow, because you can't put 1 on things that aren't double arrows. I mean, there are other clue types, technically, on which you can put 1s that aren't double arrows, but on the standard ones, double arrow is the only one that you can put a 1, we'll say. The things you learn on the stream can really help you out in real life, let me tell you. There's a 2 over in one of these 2 cells, just by Sudoku. Let's see. I've just seen something unfortunate, but I'm not going to use it. Row 7, column 2 is a 1. Yes, thank you, Kathy. Or sorry, thank you, Karen, sorry. Thank you, Karen. So that is a 1 just by Sudoku. Let's see. These are a 5-6 pair, right? I think these are a 5-6 pair. Let's see. I know this digit is high. So this digit is a 6, 7, or a 9. Oh, this digit can't be a 6 for some reason. This digit can only be a 7 or a 9, just because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 6. So this white dot is correct. So therefore this white dot is wrong. So let's mark this, and then let's remove 5 and 7. So we can see that this can only be 3 or 9. This is blue. Row 7, column 1 is a naked single, I'm being told. It can only be a 6. Good eye. Okay, let's look at row 3, column 5. Let's mark that. So if this is a 4, it just doesn't work because these can't sum to enough. So this is never a 4. Garion was suggesting looking at this. If this is a 5, I would need this to also be a 1 in order to make this sum to small enough, so that's not going to work. If this is a 6, so the point here, I guess, is really this, actually. This digit is at least 3, and so the actual minimum sum of these two is 8. Because this is at least 3. And since these sum to at least 8, this needs to be a 9, is the efficient way to get Garion's point. And therefore, this is a 4 or a 5, based on how life works. So that sounded like it was going to be very useful, but I'm not sure it ended up being that useful in practice. At least not immediately. I'm not always the most patient of zetas, so sometimes things end up being useful later. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Do I want to mark this? I guess I kind of want to mark this up, because there actually aren't that many digits that can go in these cells, and I probably can actually think meaningfully about what the options can be. Yeah, this could be a 3-7 between line. Yeah, the 4 in box 7 goes there, points out Willie. I believe that. So this is the other 7 or 9 for the box. It's just the only candidates. D-Web, one of the white dots had to be a lie, and this one we knew was true. So this one has to be a lie, so that's why we kicked out the extra candidates. It's the last rule in the rule set. Let's see. Jay would like us to fill row 9, column 6 as a 6. Oops. I will orangify it. Means one of these two is a 6, just by where does 6 go in this box, which looks back over here, making this an 8 and a 6. Ruling 8 out of all of these. Meaning one of these two is an 8. Is that interesting? It doesn't sound interesting. Let's see. Garion says this can't be a 5. being a 5 would make this a 4 and a 6 and make this a 5. I don't see that. Yet. Either row 3, column 4, or row 5, column 4 is a 5. I agree with that. One of these two is a 5. So that does rule 5 out of that cell, and rules 5 out of that cell. It doesn't tell me anything about row 1, column 6, which is what I was looking at, but I believe that deduction. Let's see. One of these two is a 5. Row 1, column 2 can't be a 3, says Kurban. If that's a 3, it makes this a 5. Is it the problem is that if it makes that a 3? Oh, this is like you can fill in all the digits sort of thing, because if this is a 3, that'll be a 5, and so that'll be a 7, and this will be a 6, and this will be an 8. So you just look ahead and see what all 4 digits end up being, and it's not anything. That sounds complicated. So if this is a 3, what are these digits? So these digits are a 5, a 2, a... Sorry, I did this in my head before. There are a 5 and a 2. Ah, right. And sorry, there are 5, a 2. This is a 6, so that's an 8. And so now, in order for this to possibly work as anything, I would need that to be a 5. So I don't like it, but I reluctantly accept that this can't be a 3, so it's a 9. Making those 7 and 9. Making that not a 7. I'm sure there was an elegant way to frame that. Let's see. Why can't row 5, column 2 be a 7? Like back here? It could have been a 7 before, but it can't be a 7 once this is forced to be a 9, because once that's a 9, this is a 7, and that makes this unable to be 7. Because we just proved this digit can't be 3. So we have that. Okay. Garion has a nice point, which is that there are 2 universes. Either these are 4, 6, in which case they both see that cell making that cell a 5, or they're 5, 5, making this cell a 5. In all cases, these can't be 5. That is very elegant, Garion. So these are 1, 3, which is particularly elegant because it lets me blue them, making that a 5 and a 4 and a 3. We'll go ahead and put some blue there. So that is not a 3, that's not a 4. Let us see. Oh, is 4, no, not quite. Let's see. JLib has a point I'm trying not to use that I think is going to be as bad or worse than the one we just filled in. Involving whether this can be an 8. But I will use it if I have to. But I'm going to guess there's probably a way to do it. I guess the point is, yeah, so it is, you just have to fill in all the digits in your head. So if this is an 8, now that's a 3, so this is a 5, so this is a 2. But now I've got to have 5 and 5 on the thing in order for that to work. Unless it was supposed to be a between line, but that would never work either. So it's heinous, but we will accept it. This can't be an 8. So therefore this is an 8. So we get this. This is orange. Oh, this has been blue for a bit now that I know that. So that's a 5-6 pair, which has made this a 3. Made this an 8. This has been a delightful puzzle, Tallcat. This is not a 3. So we have that. So Kurban's point is if this is a 5, it makes this a 2, which then makes this unfillable because the sum is 7, so this would need to be a 4. And if this was a between line, I would need this to not work at all because 3 is between those two. So this can't ever be a 5. So this is in fact a 6, making that the 5, that the 5, that the 6. That becomes blue. We know what kind of blue that is. You don't get a color. You become orange. We hope this line works now. It does. 2 there. 7 there. 5 there. 4 there. 6 there. 1, 3, 1, 4. And we can calculate the color of the bet tree is blue, and it's not a 4, a 3, or a 1. So the betting tree is a blue 2. So congratulations if you bet blue 2 and oh my god, the 6. What have I done? There we go. We have rescued the 6. Lovely puzzle. Thank you for that, Christounet. I've greatly appreciated that. Curses. Blue 9 was not what had happened. Alrighty. Oh, we didn't color this between line color. That's right, because we color between lines red for Tallcat. So we will red in the between line for Tallcat. There we go. Excellent. I don't usually give 5s colors unless I have a good reason to, but it didn't feel like in this puzzle it warranted it. All right, I am going to take a quick break, and fear not, there is more puzzling to come, weather permitting. So I will be back with another puzzle shortly. So see you all very shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We are back with a loop puzzle by Tallcat. So we are going to draw a loop in the grid, and the loop needs to visit every killer cage in the grid exactly once, and in no cage can it visit every cell in the cage. So it needs to visit one or two of these 3-cell cages, and you can figure out numbers other than that for other cages. So, can you give me a bet tree, Tallcat? So the immediately sus thing about is this 4 cage, which is a 3-cell 4 cage. There's also a 4-cell 4 cage down here, which is interesting. But what I'm noticing is, first of all, the loop can never visit this cell. Because if the loop visits this cell, I'm just going to put a heinous red X there to remind myself the loop doesn't visit this cell. Why? Because if it did, the loop would do that, and now it's already visited the 4 cage twice, and we're not allowed to do that. So now the loop always visits this cell. But it can't, in fact, not take another cell in the 4 cage, because if it did, then it would visit the 10 cage twice, which is not allowed. So I actually know this is a 1 or a 3, and I know the 1 and the 3 in the box are in these cells for whatever bit that is worth. I'm wondering if 1, 3 vertically here, I will throw it on a bet tree for the anxious bettors in the chat. I'm wondering if 1, 3 here would break this 4 cage. I don't see a reason why this couldn't be a 1-cell. Actually, maybe I am seeing why this can't be a 1-cell 4 cage. Yeah, I don't know if this is intended, but if the 1, 3 go this way, I can't put 1, 3 here. So what 1 cell would I put in the 4 cage? And the answer is I don't think any of them work. Because if I take that cell as the 1 cell in the cage that's a 4, then I'm forced to leave the cage and then come out, and then I take everything in the 13 cage. That doesn't work. That just is straight out. If that's the 1 cell I take... Oh, that works. This could be the 1 cell in the cage, and I could do that. Never mind. Okay, it's also possible. So I think there's a possibility. Let's see. It is a rule that you cannot take the whole of any cage, Jay. So someone was saying it would take every cell in the row 115 cage, but I don't see why that's true. It looks to me like it could take only 2 of them. The best of my ability. I'm not actually intending on keeping those all going. Hey, Playmaker, enjoy your 32 seconds. I hope you have chosen an excellent 32 seconds to visit the stream in. I think for the same reason as this, I think this is always part of my 12 sum. So I can at least mark that over there. Why can't I do 15 in 2 cells? Why can't I do that? Oh, right. The point is, right. Okay, got it. All right, so I see it. So, if the loop does do this, this is forced to do this. But this is forced to do this is the part I was missing. I was somehow in my brain allowing this to escape through there, but then, of course, it would see 3 cells. And now the point is now this can't enter the 10 cage, so it would run across there, and now it's visited all of them. Okay, so my instinct of the thing we were trying to prove was correct, but then I got confused, and it did not work. So these are the 1, 3, and we know it does that, and we know it goes there. And this either goes down, or that goes across, or whatever. J. Dyer is pointing out this cell can't be loop, which I agree with. If this is loop, then the loop does that. But now both loop ends are going to end up going in the 14 cage because of that. So that's never loop, which means that these both are loop, which means that's loop. And so we get all of that for free out of J's point. Why can't row 7, column 1, and row 8, column 2 be in the loop summing to 3? Summing to 4? Because that breaks the rules. The rules are the loop visits each cage once. Okay. Yeah, so Jay is telling me that I get this segment for free, which is true, because I know some digit in the 15 cage is loop, in fact, 2 of them, and so that means the middle one must be loop, and the middle one can't connect both ways out, so we could actually have this for free if we wanted it. This can't go up, of course. So this loop is entering the 10 cage no matter what, is the point. So this cell's entering one of these 3 cells, well, it's one of those 2 cells in the 10 cage. That's the last time this 10 cage can be pierced. And so therefore this can't pierce the 10 cage, and therefore it goes down and down, is the point. Because the 10 cage, again, only is allowed to get pierced twice. And so it's either going to be that, which it can't be, because if it does that, this now needs to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 triple, but that 1, 3 pair sees all of the cells. So that's not going to work. So it, in fact, does that. So these are either 2, 8, or 4, 6. I don't know which yet. The 15 cage certainly can't turn now that way. It's got to turn that direction. It's being pointed out by DWeb that I can't do 18 in 2 cells, so that's correct. So I must do 18 in those. I can't continue, or I'd take all of the 18 cage. I can't turn up, or I'd break the 10 cage. So I must there turn down. Like that. This 4 can't go up, because if the 4 goes up, it'll break that 1, 3. So this 4 has to turn that way, in fact, which randomly gets us a digit. So we will dance for the 4. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Always appreciate your stylings. All right. We probably should not close the loop, so we will continue out in that direction. Like that. Let's see. Oh, you would like to shade cells that are not part of the loop? So cells that are definitely not part of the loop are now shaded. That is shaded. There's no way this is becoming loop, so it is shaded. There's no way this is becoming loop, so it is shaded. This is a dead end now, so the loop certainly can't go there, so it is shaded. This certainly can't turn that way. Or it would run into a shaded cell, so that's not true. So this must therefore turn this way, which instantly gives me that this cell is shaded. And now that's very interesting because this loop now has to get out of this area twice, and there's only 2 places for it to get out, namely there and through the bet tree, which then forces this, and now this is in fact forced to do that, because, again, I am only allowed to enter each country once in my country road journey. So we get that, and so these are now a 6, 8, 9 triple to add to 23 and 3. You might be a little behind, Nicholas. Let's see. Okay, so we've got all of that, which is very interesting. What are we going to do with our lives now? I guess I should record for myself that these are 6, 7, or 5, 8. They're saying this 22 cage does some forcing. It looks to me like it can do that. It can't do that. That's the point. That's slick. Okay. That's very cool. So the point is it can't do this because then it's forced to do that. Because once it gets here, which it needs to, it can't go anywhere. That's very slick. Okay. I like that a lot. So this just can't go there. It has to go there. It's not getting to 22 and 2, so it's going to have to do that. Which is going to involve it going here and then not there. So it's going to come up there and get rid of that. And we can gray some more stuff. Gray some more stuff over here. Like that. It's pointed out that exactly the same logic works over here, because if the loop goes this way, it needs to take at least 3 cells in the 19 cage, but now it has to take the 4th because it has no way out. So the loop doesn't do that. So the loop comes here, and now if the loop went this way, I would not get to my total of 19, so my loop must go that way. This is now a dead end, so it certainly can't be visited by the loop monster. If this cell is not part of the loop, then we now only have 1 cell in the 11 cage that's part of the loop. But if it doesn't connect here, then this cell would be part of the loop doing that, which would break the rules. So in fact, this always connects over like that. If there was loop in here, DWeb points out, I would enter the 13 cage twice, which is not allowed. So a loop in here would enter the 13 cage twice and therefore close, and therefore be a little loop, and we're not allowed little loops. We're only allowed 1 big loop. Okay. So same logic on the 11 cage J. Dyer is now using. If this isn't loop, then we'd need to have only 1 cell of loop in this 11 cage. That's not going to work. So this is loop, but the loop can't do that. And anytime in loop puzzles, the secret is always anytime in loop puzzles that you know something is on the loop and it has 1 exit blocked off, you can always ask yourself if any of the 3 combinations are broken. And in this case, that combination is broken, and therefore I must use that outlet. So there's always a loop doing that. Which means, for example, this cell's now never loop. Because it would go into the 14 cage, and we've already got our 2 puncturings of the 14 cage. This is definitely loop, but oh, no, this does work. This does work. So in particular, that is not a crossing. because that would be a third puncture of the 13 cage. So we can repeat the exact same logic. And so now this can't go that way and that way simultaneously, so it must go that way. And now, again, I know that's not a thing. Yeah, Heliopolis is pointing out I actually know about this wall, and because I know about this wall, I know that's not going anywhere. So I can just gray that, and then I don't need to keep track of the wall anymore. Let us see here. So these two don't connect. It would make a lot of sense for this to go here, but I don't yet know that I believe that it absolutely has to. I have to do none-loop stuff? Well, that doesn't sound very fair. Why would you put none-loop stuff in a loop puzzle? The loop stuff is the fun stuff. Okay. Hey, Ambrose. I hope you're doing well, particularly with all of the weather going on. 19 and 3 without using all of 2, 4, 6, and 8 doesn't sound too restricted to me. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so J40 points out these 5 cells add to 34 is the point, and so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 would be 35, so they're 1 less than that, so they have to be exactly these digits, just in order to make that work. So therefore, this is a random 2. The 4 doesn't go in a 2-cell 15 sum, so the 4 goes in one of these, and these are some random digits that are not appearing up there, like a 1, a 3, and a 5. That's not a 2 anymore. So that 1, 3, and 5 means one of these is a 5, I suppose. One of these is a 5, but I don't really care. It tells me that 1 and 3 are up here, which is interesting in terms of this 11 cage. 3, 8 is still possible. It tells me this 8 cage is a 2 and a 6. Because I've ruled out the other ways to make 8. So this is a 2, 6. The 2 is definitely down here. So it's either 2, 6 like that or 2, 6 like that. Oh, it could be a single 8. Right, sorry, I'm wrong. It could be a single 8. I don't think there's anything wrong with it being a single 8 if we go down like that. That might be okay. Yes, chat is correct. It could be a single 8. Now there's a sexy point. These 2 digits add to 10, and one of them is a 2. Genius, spot by, Jay Dyer there. I would literally never have seen that. Not in a million years. So we have an 8 down here somewhere. Certainly can't be there. Yeah, it certainly can't be here. That one's not a 3, similarly. So... so Garion points out the 11, therefore, is not 3, 8. And so the 3 can be in the 11 cage, but it can't be there in the 11 cage. And so, in fact, the 3 is there in the 11 cage, but it's not part of the sum. And so this gets the gray cloak of shame, and the loop Tallcat's this way. Now, the 1 being on the loop means it's not part of a 2-cell 11 sum. I probably had access to that some time ago. So that is a 1, and these are either a 2, 9, which would have to go in that order, not a 3, 8. They could be a 4, 7, and I think that could go in either order, or they could be a 5, 6, and I think that could go in either order. So we've got a few options here. looking good for the 1-cell 8 theory. But I think this could still be 2-6 bending this direction. Let's see. In which case that would be a 6, and that would be a 2. I don't think I know that this is gray as of yet. I know that there's a 3 down here, which is potentially interesting. This is not an 8, so that's not a 5 while I'm doing things that don't seem useful. If the 3 is in here, it would be a 3-9, which seems perfectly normal. Is it a problem if I make 12 twice in this column? Would that break the 11? So I guess the question is it possible that these 6 digits add to 35? That seems very possible. Unfortunately. Let's see. Yes, we've got an 8 down here. Is it going to be something like, where does 9 go in this column or something like that? Because 9 certainly can't go in... Oh, maybe actually, sorry, I take that back. 9 could actually go here. This isn't an 8. So one of these is an 8, randomly enough. So that's not an 8. So that's not a 7. I can't imagine this, like, slowly chipping away at 7s, 8s, and 9s is going to be useful, but I will do it anyway. Let us see. So this is a 3-cell 22 sum, which it would be cruel and unusual to involve at this point, but it certainly involves digits from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and certainly always involves a 9. This cage always has a 9 in it, because if not, I can get to at most 22. I actually think this is useful, because if all of these, if one of these is 9, this cell can't be 9. That means this cell can't be 3. So the 3 in this row is down here somewhere. This cell sees the entirety of this cage, but we have to remember that we don't know if there's a 5, 8, or a 6, 7 in this cage. This cell this cell does not also see this whole cage. Oh no, sadly, I looked up and saw Garion had an exciting point, but sadly it was the point I just explained. Let's see. I don't think... I think we already did that, Nicholas. That this can't be 9. I think. If we can get more out of it, I'm happy to use it. Let's see. So this is definitely a 3-cell 14 sum. I can't imagine I'm supposed to know anything about 3-cell 14 sums. Let's see. Things like they could have or not have a 9. So, trying to figure out if, like, Sudoku on 1s is going to do anything. Seems unlikely. Let's see. This was all going so well until we got to this point. Now, okay. So, oh, it just can. I was trying to think that we couldn't get through this in 2 by our argument from earlier, but I think we just can. I think we can get through this in 2 with a 5 and an 8, and I don't think there's anything wrong with those being 5 and 8. Okay, so Jay says if the loop only takes this cell in the 8 cage. So in other words, if this is an 8, then 3, 9, 7, 5, and 8 would be taken in the column. Because there's no way to make 11. Okay, so I have to think far ahead on that. So the 8 here tells me that my ways of making 12 and 2 are, of necessity, 3, 9, and 5, 7. So I'd use 3, 9, 5, 7, and 8. And then we would have a big problem. Or Jay says it the other way. If this digit's an 8, wait, but I don't think I know that this... No, I would know, because it would go... Because if this was an 8, this would certainly then have to go down. Right, okay. Do I know for sure it couldn't go that way? And then bend... Oh, I guess even if it bends back, then that ends up being like that. So yeah, there's something going on here where if this is an 8 now, we of necessity take this cell because I can't get back here at all. If this is an 8 end loop, I should say. So I think what we're arguing is the loop can't only take this cell. But the proof is bad. Trying to decide if that's what we really want. I mean, I almost like the uniqueness proof better. Because the tricky part is you not only have to argue that then you have to argue that it's using this 12, and then you have to argue that this 12, this 11, and this 8 together mean that these two cells sum to 2, which I like slightly better than the way of sort of counting the possibilities. It just feels a little messy. But I guess I believe it, that this can't... The loop can't only visit this cell and have this cell be an 8. So if the loop does come here, then it does that. So the loop is always visiting this cell, is the point now. And I guess the point is actually, the point is the thing I wrote before. The loop is always now using 2 and 6, because 2 and 6 are the only way to do this. And so 2 and 6 are gone from this, and so is 9, and so is 5, and so these are always a 4-7 pair. And if these are a 4-7 pair, then my only way to make 12 is this 3 and 9. Because I've ruled out 4, 8, and 5, 7. So that's a 3, and that's a 9, and that's a 9. Oops. There aren't that many 9s down here. And now this 12 cage is unfillable if it goes that way, so it certainly goes that way. Now this is a corner, so it goes up. This has become gray, so it goes up. So we've got all of that. Now that I've seen this, I kind of think that deduction was the intended one. Because everything worked nicely after you made that. But whew, boy, that was a lot. What are these digits? They are not 4 or 7. They are not 6s or 2s. These are only from 5, 8, 9. And these two need to sum to what now? That's not a 9, for whatever that's worth. These two need to sum to 13. So the point is they're not 5, 8 anymore, because 5, 8 would break these cells. So they're 6, 7. That looks up. I see DWeb is explaining that as I sort of slowly stumble and bumble my way through doing this. But those are 6, 7, which doesn't seem like it's going to do a lot, if I'm completely honest. These aren't 3, 9, so these are 4, 8, or 5, 7. I know this one's not the 4 or the 7, so this one's not the 5 or the 8. It is the 4 or the 7. Right. Okay, it does do something. Right. Garion sees it. The fact that this is 6, 7 means this isn't 6, 7. So this is 8 and 5, and I know the order. Which lets me corner mark an 8 round here somewhere. These digits I should certainly mark. They are not 6 or 7. That one, I know. Let's see. JDR says row 5, column 7 doesn't go left because of the 13 cage. Is this going to... So if this does go left, then I've got to somehow... Yeah, I don't have quite enough room to navigate back. In fact, this is the obstacle from doing it, I think. Yeah, if this goes left, then it's forced to do that. And so let's just draw it all in. If this goes left, it's forced to do that. Now I've got to hit the 13 cage somehow. It can only look like this, but now this gets run out of town, so that's not going to work. So it doesn't do that. So instead of going left, it goes up. I'm being told this isn't a 5 because of the 1, 3, 5 triple. That's true. Row 2, column 5 is not a 6. If this was a 6, it would make these 7, 8. Right. If this is a 6, it rules 9 out of the box, is the point. Because if this is a 6, I can't put the 9 in the 15 total, and the 9 can't go in the column with a 9, so this is never a 6. Got it. Okay. What else have we? I mean, 2's up here somewhere. 2's down here somewhere. Same seduction for 7. I'm being told. If this is a 7... If this is a 7, doesn't it put the 9 up there? Isn't that, like, the opposite of bad? Oh, no, the point is with 8. If this is a 7, it rules 8 out of the box because of that 8. So no 7 goes here, right? Yep, agree. Yep, the 7 would rule 8 out of the box, is the point. So we very nearly have a triple of sorts here. So what digit would make this a 4-7 pair is the question. I think if this is an 8, it makes this a 4-7 pair. That's right. So this can't be an 8 anymore because it would make this a 4-7 pair, which would look at that. So therefore there is an 8 here. In fact, actually the 8 is just placed. Making that a 6 and a 4 and a 9 and a 5, I believe, all suddenly sort of shake each other out. That becomes the 6, so the loop must go like that, making that the 2. This can't be a loop. That did do a lot. This is an 8 or a 9, but it's not a 9, so it is in fact an 8. And that's the 9, and that's the 5, and that's the 7, in order to make that all work out. This is not 4, 5, or 8. This is not 5. This is not 2, and that's not 2. Let's go ahead and just mark this cell just for our own sake. Let's see. Let's mark up this stuff. I know that these are not 1, 3, or 5. These are 4, 6, and 7. Is it true that digits can't repeat in cages, or no? Or can they only not repeat within sums? No, it is true. Okay, so this still can't be a 2 or an 8, even though it's not, even though it's gray, is a worthwhile thing to know. I mean, I don't see any way in which it is at all useful at this particular moment, but hey, it could be useful someday. 9 is placed in box 6. Right, because there's a 9 corner marked over here that I noted but did not write down. So J. Dyer gets us that digit is definitely a 9. So let's see. So we can probably mark up the rest of these. Do I really want to contemplate possible paths here for summing to 14 in each direction? That sounds horrible, if I'm being honest. Let's see. So there's a parity deduction here that's being made by J40 that's really sweet, which is to note that 14 is even, and so it needs to be a sum of either 3 evens or 2 odds and an even, but there's only 1 odd available in this box, and that is 1, and that's not going to work, so therefore that is a 2 for sure. That was a cool deduction. I assume that wasn't intended, but it was cool regardless. That places the 8 down here in this cage. So these are now a 6-9 pair that look across, making that a 1, making that a 4, an 8, and a 4, and a 6, and a 2. Oh no, my internet froze again. Oh no. Some people are still talking. I'm hoping that so the 14 cage certainly connects like that. I am still alive. Okay, good. So 5, 6, 4, 7. So if this is anything, it's 3, 8. If it's anything in the column, it's 3, 8. Is interesting. If it's anything in the row... Oh, is there nothing it can be in the row? Can't be 2, 9, can't be 3, 8, can't be 4, 7, can't be 5, 6. Okay, there's nothing it can be in the row. So actually, we know it goes in the column. I was trying to disprove the wrong thing. So these are the thing I said they were before, which was 3 and 8, and I know the order of the 3 and the 8, which places this 8 over here. These two digits now need to sum to 10 without being 2, 8, 3, 7, or 5, 5. So they're either 4, 6 or 1, 9. Okay, and that's not the 4, so that's not the 6. Gives me a really exotic 6-9 virtual pair. But we'll try and make do without talking about virtual pairs for a second. But you know, I can only hold myself off for so long. Let us see. So I've got to figure out what's going on with this 13 cage now. Okay, so the point is, there's no way those are the only two cells in the 13 cage, because they would have to be 5 and 8, and it would break that. So, if the 13 cage, if the loop enters the 13 cage here, that's a problem, because it now has to go here. It can't finish, so it has to go there, and now it's visited everything. So the point that Tallcat has cooked into this puzzle for us is that that is not where the 13 cages entered, and so therefore those are not loop, and therefore this is not loop either, and therefore this loop turns and needs to take at least one cell, but then it's a corner, and so it has to do that whole razzmatazz like that, and suddenly we have done the loop, apparently. I was not expecting that, but it seems to be true. So everyone tell me your favorite fact about 3-cell 13 sums that don't feature a 3 or an 8, and don't feature both a 1 and a 5, but can feature either a 1 or a 5. And we can finish the puzzle, I suspect, if we are willing to quote those facts. Also no 9, that's true. Also no 9. Where is 3 in box 4? 3 in box 4 is exactly here. Agree with that. 9 in box 5 is being asked. 9 in box 5. 9 in box 5 is one of these two. Do I know which one? Is it a problem? Is that one? No, it just puts the 9 here. Apparently 247 and 256 are the options for this, I am being told. Let's see. Let me write in candidates for these cells. These are 2, 5, and 7, I'm being told. Let's fill that in. So none of these are 6, and those ones in particular are not 9. Yeah, 157 breaks that. Okay, let's just mark this column to pieces. So I'm given for sure that one of these two is the 5 in the column. And so if one of these is the 5 in the column, neither of these is a 5, which does not seem useful. Row 7, column 6 sees a 6-7 pair, Tallcat has very brilliantly spotted. So therefore this is a 1, which makes that a 5. Impressive that Tallcat was able to spot that. 2, 7 there. Okay, so if this is a 7, I would need these to be 1, 5, or 2, 4. No, they couldn't be 1, 5. If this is a 7, these would need to be 2, 4. I don't know that I really want to write out these possibilities. because if this is a 2, then I think there's a couple options. If this is a 2, then these sum to 11. They'd be 4, 7. Yeah, I think I have to. Apologies, this is bad. If this is a 2, what are these? So they need to add to 11, but they're not 2, 9, 3, 8, or 5, 6. So they would be 4, 7. If this is a 7, I need these to add to 6, and they can't be 1, 5, so they would be 2, 4. So this is always a 2, 4, 7, and this is always the 4. I'm just trying to like mentally convince myself that that's really true. But yes, so that's the 4, and so this is a 5 because it's not a 2 or a 7. This isn't a 4, and so that's not a 6. These are a 1, 9 pair, and that's the 6. These aren't a 5. That is a 9, suddenly, because of the 1, 9 pair, and that's a 6. I don't know how Sven saw the 1, 9 pair, but more credit to Sven is due. No 6 is there. These are just some sort of benign-looking triple. That one being a 1, and a 3, and a 1. These aren't 1, and that one's not 7, because there's a 2, 7 pair. This one's not 2 or 7, because there's a 2, 7 pair, so it's in fact a 4. It's not a 5. I would welcome more Tallcat loop puzzles. I feel like the world needs more Tallcat loop puzzles. That is my conclusion from this. So we can fill in all of those. This can only be a 9 with a 2 and a 9. That's a 1. These aren't 9. That's not a 1. That's a 3, 7 pair, making that a 6. Those are a 2, 7 pair, making that a 3 and a 1 and a 3 and a 9 and a 1 and a 7 and a 2 and a 7 and a 2 and a 3. Making these fill-inable. So we'll fill in, that's a 7, a 6, and a 7, and a 2, and a 5, and a 4, and a 7 and a 2 before I screw up like last puzzle. And this cell is a 6. So congratulations to all my 6y betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. And a just lovely puzzle. There's actually a haver here, Sarah, just for you. This cell is halved. We will add that. It will not affect the cage totals that this cell has been halved. So it will be okay. That was very nice. I liked that a lot. It's not too terrible, except for that one step over here that was really terrible, that I'm going to guess there is a smart way to phrase, that sort of like makes it a little less bad. But the one that involved like considering every sum in all of these boxes simultaneously was a little bad. Oh, Tallcat says that was a screw up of some sort. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, Tallcat. So if chat had just let me get away with saying so 2 and 6 are in the cage, then it would have been beautifully smooth the whole time. But then chat had to tell me. Thank you, Jennifer. I hope you are having a good day and a good time in the stream. I'm trying to stay dry as various storms roll through the Midwest. But yes, the Tallcat pulls the vignettes. Perfect. Yes, that is a very familiar thing to have happen. Yes, that I have done that many times before. Alrighty, so I am going to take a quick break, just stretch my legs for a second, and I will be right back with another puzzle of unknown specificity, but we'll be back shortly. So, see you shortly. All right, welcome back, everyone. We have yet another Zeta Bait puzzle where we have combined Renban and black dots for fun and profit. So we're going to try this. So purple lines just contain a string of consecutive digits in any order. So for example, I could do 3, 5, 6, 7, 4. Would be a perfectly acceptable way to do this. I will say, this was given as a peace offering from Tristan, because Tristan asked, would you like to do this one before his stream? And I said yes, and so he didn't do it. So this is like the Renban Wars olive branch of sorts. So we've got a whole bunch of lines that are length 5. Yeah, so this is definitely going to be a shade cells that can't have 5 in them puzzle. So the funny thing about a Renban, and so I'm just going to pick a bet tree here. I don't know. If anyone's done this puzzle and has a recommended bet tree, let me know. But the joke here is, and this is one of the common Renban tricks, is that every length 5 Renban needs to have a 5. And therefore, I need to put a 5 on this one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need to put 9 5s on these Renban, so therefore there's no room in this puzzle for a Renban, or sorry, for a 5 that's not on a Renban. So I'm going to start graying stuff that cannot be 5. Like this. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Now, there's some more spots that can't be 5. So, for example, this cell sees the entirety of this length 5 Renban. So this cell also can't be a 5, because if it was, I would rule 5 off of that Renban entirely. This cell I just missed, even though it's not on a Renban. It didn't get graded somehow. There was no deep significance to that, I'm afraid. Let's see. Okay. Oh, this cell I also missed in graying. This cell I also missed in graying. I did not do spectacularly with highlighting every cell that was not on a Renban, I'm going to be honest. Let's see. So this can't be 5 either, because this Renban needs a 5, and all the cells on it see that. Which now means this can't be, because one of these, except now, actually thing. I was all excited to get to do that, but then I did not. Let's see. Where else can we go? Oh, the digits on white dots are not 5. There's another profound statement for you. So the 5 here is actually in one of these places. Yep, Kurban also identified that there's not a 5 on a black dot. The white dot Renban combo is always very upsetting to Ranks, so hopefully he will miss this. Right. Okay, so the point Garion points out, these two Renban each need to take their 5s in the first 2 rows. And so therefore that can't be a 5 by a sort of weird weird sort of Jovi wing, where we know basically the whole point of Jovi wings is we know where the 5s are in the first 2 rows. We can't put any extras in there, or we would have a problem. Let's see. So one of these two gets its 5 in the next row. One of these 3 gets its 5 in these next row. One of these 3 gets its 5 in this next row. Let's see. I know, I still feel it's a Jovi wing. I feel like you can have Jovi wings in things that don't even have boxes, as long as you're thinking about it that way. But I guess it all depends on the exact technical definition. By the first 5 rows, so let's highlight the first 5 rows. This is not a 5. Right, because if this was a 5, so here's the point. If this is a 5, it rules 5 out of all of those cells, and now I only have 4 Renban up there. Wow, that's tricky, but it's cool. If this was a 5, it would rule 5 out of too many Renbans, and I'd only have 4 Renban I could put a 5 on in the top rows, which is very, very cool. Every time a bell rings, a Jovi gets her wings or something. Let's see. Is there any way I could repeat that? Probably not. But it was cool. 5 in box 5 is on a Renban. I agree. I don't think it's the same with row 6, column 7, Josh, because that could be a 5. And then I think we could squeeze in enough. We could squeeze in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, right. Sorry, that's right. Okay, sorry. That is much easier. Okay, sorry. I am being a little bit silly. There are 5 Renban, but the point is now this Renban has to claim the 5 for this box, because it's the only place in box 5 it could go, and so therefore this is never a 5, because there's already a 5 on this Renban in box 5. Got it. Okay, I was looking at that. I was looking at it like this logic over here, but it's not like that logic at all. It is a much different sort of logic. Okay. Uh, Very smart spot from Isabella. This can't be a 5 because it sees both that cell and that cell. And those are the only two spots that 5 could go in column 1. That's beautiful. So that is not a 5. And so now the 5 in this box... we're going to have a digit. Now the 5 in this box goes in one of these two, so it doesn't go in any of these. And now we get to actually place a 5, and we get to bring out Microstudy's favorite dance again. Boop, boop, ba-doo. Woo! Boo, boop, ba-doo. Woo! Boo, doop, ba-doo, boop, boo, boop, boop, boo, boop, ba-doo. Woohoo! By the way, if you're not yet subscribed, Zach has promised that as a celebration of getting to our 10,000th subscriber, Zach will retool all of his dances. So if you would like to see Zach retool his dance repertoire, that is your opportunity. This Renban only gets one in this row, so now that's not a 5. Also, you can't put a 5 on the Renban with a 5, so you do put a 5 there, so you don't put a 5 there. So the 5 in this box is on this Renban, so it's not there. The 5 in this box is on this Renban, so it's not there. String of mumbling about 5s. Let us see. There's a Jovi wing now between these two boxes. Of where the 5s go that rule 5 out of here, and so therefore this is a 5. Like that. 5 in box 1. Oh, how did I not see that? Yes, okay. Not my best moment. We will continue merrily forwards after thingy. Oops. Wrong button. Stop it. Placing a 5 there, and graying these. And so, and graying that from that 5, placing a 5 here. This Renban is extreme. Because these are a 4-6 pair. And so that 4-6 isn't on this Renban at all. Okay, so we'll talk about that later. It will prove useful or not. But I probably should finish placing my 5s first. So these aren't 5, and that is 5. And our last 5 goes here, and we can lose all of the gray. Oops, sorry, lose all the gray. Okay, we've got some other 4-6s hanging out over here. And there as well, although that one's not on a Renban at all. But I would like to contemplate these two sorts of 4-6, and also because of the fact that this Renban has the 4-6 and not that one, I'm going to make all of these green. So green is either high or low, but I don't know which one. So that's going to be green. That's going to be green because it sees yellow. That's going to be yellow because it sees green in the box. That's going to be green. Sadly, I don't know about that one yet. I don't believe. This Renban doesn't have green 4-6 on it at all, because this green 4-6 sees all but one cell, and that sees the last one. So every cell on this Renban is yellow. So this cell sees every yellow digit, so it's not yellow. Right, okay. Yellow 4-6, this is Isabella's point, sees the entirety of this Renban, so this Renban is entirely green, And in particular, it needs a green 4/6, which has to be one of those two, although I don't know which one. I don't yet believe, at least. Let's see. I am missing 2 white dots. Oh, yes, so I am. Okay, so this is a 4/6. And it's yellow because it sees a green in the row, and this is a 4/6, and it's something because something. We don't know yet, but it's a 4/6 at least. So this is like a 2, 3, or 8. I'm not really going to keep track of that, though, so we're just going to pretend I didn't say that. Let's see. Can't be 6, 3 on the white dot. Why is that? Right. One of these two is green 4/6. So Jay Dyer has noticed, so therefore this isn't green 4/6, but this is in a row with a green 4/6. So this whole Renban is yellow. That was a tricksy and fancy spot from Jay there. The rest of box 8 is yellow. That's a good point from Microstudy, because we've already got all the greens in the box. Right. These two cells, D-Web points out, see all 4 yellows and 5. So these are both green. So this Renban has a green on it. So it has a green 4/6 on it, because you can't get to a green without having a green 4/6. But that's not the green 4/6. So the only spot on the Renban for the green 4/6 is there, which puts the green 4/6 on this Renban over here, making this a yellow 4/6. I'm glad I did not assume that these were different colors at random, as I tried to when I started. Yellow 4/6 is placed here just by Sudoku. Let's see. Yellow 4/6 is not there or there or there, so this is the yellow 4/6 on this one. I'm assuming when Jay Dyer said on the zigzag, that somehow this is the zigzag that Jay Dyer had in mind, but there's a lot of zigzags in this puzzle, if I'm completely honest. Let's see. There's a yellow 4/6 up in one of these two cells. Somewhere. This cell has become green. Let's see. Yellow 4/6 is placed in box 7. Says Kuraban. I agree. That's all the yellows for the row, so these are both green. Let's see. So yellow 4/6 in this box is in one of these two spots. And in this row, it's in one of these two spots. Green 4/6 in box 6, says Garion. Yep, green 4/6 in box 6 sure is. It's right there. Nicely spotted. Let's see. So these cells see every green cell, because they see those 4 and that one. So these are both yellow, is a thing that I see. So this yellow I actually know is yellow 3/7, and this green is green 3/7, if I want to keep trying to track of that, which I probably do. The green 4/6, this is this is, I think a lot of people in chat actually have been angling to get me to see this, and now a lot of comments make sense that didn't make sense before. Green 4-6 is placed up here, which now means this doesn't have green 4-6 on it at all, which means it's all yellow. Those aren't the yellow 4-6, and that's not, so that's the yellow 4-6 on this line. Is that all my yellow 4-6s? It's not quite, but that's a yellow 4-6. Is that all the yellow 4-6s? That is all the yellow 4-6s. What about the green 4-6s? Yep, that's all the green 4-6s. So now we've got to chase green 3-7s? Question mark? Question mark? This Renban needs either a yellow 3-7 or a green 3-7. Oh, box 2. Okay, so there's a lower hanging piece of fruit. These are all green because all 4 yellows are in the box. These 2 are also the same digit. It's maybe worth noting. We'll stick to Tallcat colors because it'll look horrible. These 2 are the same digit. I don't know what digit, but we'll keep track of it and maybe it will become interesting. Row 6, now chat points out, Sarah and Logan, has all of its yellows, so these are green. Let's see. I wish Mustard saw the 3-7, but Mustard does not see the 3-7. Let's see. Row 4, column 4 is green, I am being told. Because there's 4 yellows in the column. Sure is. And so the bet tree is yellow. So if you have been carefully protecting your bet tree color bet, it is that. These 2 are the same digit. Is that interesting? I'm going to mark it anyway. It goes in one of these 2 cells, whatever it is. Let's see. This digit's this digit is either a 3-7 or a 2-8, I guess. It's 3-7 or 2-8. X is placed in box 8, points out Isabella. That's true. And then, miraculously, in box 9, X is placed. So X is either 2-8 or 1-9. Oh, except I misclicked and put it in the wrong place. It's still placed in box 9, even if I can't thing. So X is not 3-7 or 4-6. So X definitely doesn't go here on this Renban. So X is in one of those 2. And so X is in one of these 2. X is the last green in this box. This cell is yellow. That was weird, but true. So one of these is 3-7, and it's that one. I know X wasn't... Wait, did I really not know X wasn't 3-7? It's possible that I did not know X wasn't 3-7 back when I was putting random things in. Yeah, maybe I didn't know X wasn't 3-7. That's possible. I think I don't actually know that X isn't 3-7, unfortunately. Well, it's sure a lot more helpful if it is. I'm willing to say that much. Let's see. I can place yellow 3-7 in box 5. I can. So these are each from 1, 2, 8, 9. One of these is the yellow 3, 7. So one of this bunch is the yellow 3, 7. This is from 1, 2, 8, 9. One of these is the green 3, 7 now. And so if green 3, 7 shows up on this Renban at all, it shows up there. These are 1, 2, 8, 9 as well. I'm going to try and keep track of that, see if my sanity allows it. That's also 1, 2, 8, 9. Yeah, yellow 3, 7 is in one of these two. Ah, yes, these two are equal, and they're therefore... Oh, no, that's not true. We don't know yet. But those two are equal. That's true. One of these two is 3, 7. Yes, this is green 3, 7. Because of the... Wait, do I know it's not green 2, 8 with green 3, 7 there? Yes, I do. Right. This Renban needs a green... Okay, so yeah, this Renban needs a green 3, 7 on it. It can't go there. So therefore, that's the green 3, 7. These are green 1, 2, 8, 9. This is a green 1, 2, 8, 9. Very smart there to Martin. Let's see, green 3, 7, green 3, 7. Who knows? Let's see. Yeah, if green 3, 7's anywhere on this Renban, it's here. Otherwise, these are both yellow, but I don't know if I think there's a problem with these both being yellow. One of these two is 3, 7, but I don't think they see any cells in common that would be interesting. Like, they tell me that cell is not green 3, 7. So knowing that this cell is not green 3, 7 interesting, I really don't think it is. Okay, one of these two is yellow 3, 7. So yellow 3, 7's not in any of those cells. Oh, let's see. Isabella says row 3, column 2, and row 4, column 3 see all the yellows. Okay, so this one sees all the yellows because it's bam, 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 and bam. So that is green. Very good. This one sees those and that. Yes, that also does. Very good. Okay, so that is green, which makes all of these yellow. Great spot to Isabella there. So one of these is the yellow circle. One of these is the green 3, 7. Let's see. I don't quite understand what Logan is saying. Row 3, column 2 is equal to row 2, column 6. Those two aren't the same color, so I don't think they can be equal. Row 2, column 5. Why couldn't it be that one? This is either green 2, 8 or yellow 3, 7. Or whatever that is worth. Yeah, one of these two is green X, so green X is up here somewhere. Let's see. Row 5, column 6 is placed in box 4. Right, okay, so let's make that the same as that because of this. It's because they both complete this quad. And so it's not red X, so it also goes there. Now where does orange circle go in box 2? Is the point. It needs to go there because of the fact that it is a 1, 2, 8, 9, and it's not that 1, 2, 8, 9. I know this is a 1, 2, 8, 9. I just don't know which one because it sees 4, 6, and 3, 7. Let's see. I know one of these two is the orange circle in this box, but that doesn't seem very useful. At least not immediately. If row 3, column 2 is row 1, column 6, so in other words, if this is not orange circle, I'm reading Martin's point, then row 2, column 9 is 2, 8. Right, so if these two are the same digit, that digit goes here, but that means this needs a green 3, 7, but that can't be green 3, 7. That's Martin's point. So these two are not the same digit, and therefore this is the 1, 2, 8, 9 that is orange circle. So that places orange circle here. Because we need to place it in this box. Which places it here. Which means it's in one of those two cells. I mean, we got 6 of them. So this is 1, 2, 8, 9 everywhere. So how are people seeing that that tells me something about red X? I believe you, but I don't see it yet. Red X is not orange circle. That's the point. Okay, so the question is now, where does red X go in this box? And so, in fact, red X is 3, 7. So good thing that chat caught me there. So, so now that we know that, now we can actually place the red X. And so red X is 3, 7. So these are certainly 1, 2, 8, 9 in green. This is the 1, 2, 8, 9 in green. That's not orange circle. So this is a 1, 2, 8, 9. It's the one that's not orange circle. Right. We need to start now Xing all the places that we knew were green 3, 7 already, like that one is being pointed out by Ron. That's correct. Do I not know any others? I know one of these two is a green 3/7. I, of course, would like to know that this has to be a green 3/7, but I feel like I very much don't know that yet. I don't think I know which of these is green 3/7, do I, Amy? Maybe I do. This is always either green 2/8 or yellow 3/7. Which feels gross to talk about, but is true, I think. Okay, let me try and decompress Garian's point. In box 9, if yellow circle, which is this digit that's way up here, so somehow we're getting from there to box 9, so this is going to be a narrative adventure. If yellow circle is not 1/9, then the green 1/9 is in column 7. Oh, okay, got it, okay. Yeah, I was calling this orange circle, that's why I got confused. Okay. There we go. Okay, so Garian's point is if this orange circle is not 1/9, then the green 1/9. No, I get what you meant now. I was just confused because I was looking at circles in yellow. But I get it. So if this is not 1/9, the green 1/9 is in column 7. Agree. And then it's in column 1 in box 3. What? There is no column 1 in box 3. So if this isn't green 1/9, I'm trying to. There's some words not here. So if this is green 2/8, then green 1/9 is here, and green 2/8 is therefore over here. Let's see. J40 is suggesting that I just ask where green 1/9 is in column 8. I know I can't put a 1 or a 9 here for sure. And I can't put a green 1/9 here for sure. So green 1/9 is here. Okay, so orange circle is 1/9. Okay, I think that's the same consequence as what Garian was getting at. So this is not 1 or 9. Because of that. You made it unnecessarily easy. I appreciate that. That is one of my favorite quotes from stream. All right, so green 2/8 goes in one of these two places. Green 2/8 has to go in this column somewhere as well. Has to go in this row somewhere. It is very often that Garian finds a way to say something that is much more elegant. Woohoo! Tallcat donates $20 to get Zach some new dancing shoes. Thank you, Tallcat. We'll get you a donation dance. Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop boop woohoo! Boop 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 woohoo! Thank you so much, Tallcat. Really appreciated your puzzle earlier today as well. So, thank you very much. You're a champ. I also see that this 1-9 sees that this is a 2-8. Does that do anything? Green 2-8 is definitely in this row. So that cell's not green 2-8. But green 2-8 still, I think, is probably here. Although I'm doing my very best not to have to fill in things before the thing. Yeah, so green 3-7 is in one of those two. Yellow 3-7 is one of those. Row 8, column 2 sees all the greens. That sounds very promising. So this sees 1, 9, 2, 8, 4, 6, and 3, 7. Beautifully done, Garion. So this is a yellow because it sees every green. That was a slick spot. See, Jennifer says row 2, column 6 is equal to row 7, column 4. Agree. So let's give those a color. Let's see. Those can be orange X. Okay, so these two are the same. Agree. Row 1, column 4 is equal to row 7, column 6. Am I sure that this is a 1, 2, 8, 9 and not a 3, 7? See, Fuchsia says green 2, 8 in box 9 is in column 7. So where is it in box 6? Ah, beautiful, beautiful, right. I need to place a green 2, 8 in one of these two cells, Fuchsia points out. And so that rules it out of this cell, and so that places it here. This is actually green 2, 8. Well spotted. Let's see. Okay, so those are the same, but we'll give them a letter if we need to, or not a letter. That would be terrible. We'll give them a symbol if we need to. So this therefore is green 2, 8 just by Sudoku. Oh, that was also true from the green 1, 9 that was there. That I don't know exactly what was happening. So now we have all the greens in column 8. So this is yellow. So it is yellow 3, 7 or 1, 2, 8, 9. Am I really going to have to write out the options for this dot? Because that seems like it might ruin everything in the world. So if this is well, yes, but you can't write just 3 and 8. You've got to write 3, 7 or 2, 8, right? Because you're trying not to break the symmetry. Because we don't have a yellow 3, 8. That is not one of our digits. If we have to, we can do it. But, of course, everyone would prefer we didn't. Let's see. Well, you break the symmetry as the last thing. If we introduce a yellow 3, 8 now, then it's chaos. By everyone, I mean me. Yes. That is known. Let's see. Green 2-8 is placed in row 3. Right. Very smart. Okay. So J Dyer sees green 2-8 down here, looks up. So green 2-8 there. Which makes this cell yellow. Yes, which makes this cell yellow. What do I do with that? This is a... So the green left in this column is green 2-8. So that cell is yellow as well. So, yeah, and so this is a green and a yellow, and it's a green 2-8. So the box 3 Renban doesn't have all yellows. Well, it could never have had all yellows as soon as it had these two, right? Or are you saying we know this isn't yellow? You might be saying we know this isn't yellow. It's green 3-7. Okay, so we probably do actually have to think about the possibilities here. So this is either green 3-7 or it's yellow. Those are the two possibilities. It's certainly not yellow 1-9. I agree that this is not yellow 1-9. So, I mean, I will acknowledge in corner marks that this cell is either a 3 or an 8. That are sort of like, this splits reality in two halves, based on which it is. Yeah, I don't quite see what we could do with that yet. This Renban has been, like, hanging around so close, but not quite to resolved for so long. It is very mysterious to me. Does that mean this is always green 3-7? Asks Tallcat. So, if this is a yellow 3-7... If this is a yellow 3-7... So this would be a yellow 3. Yeah, I don't see it, Tallcat. Row 1, column 2 sees all the yellows. Says Garion. So, where does it see that yellow? Because I know that yellow is the same as that yellow. I don't yet see where that is. Row 8, column 3 sees all the greens, says Isabella. It sees the 3-7 and the 4-6 and the 1-9. So if this is green anything, it's green 2-8. Oh, but the point is there's a Jovi wing on green 2-8s. Wow, yep, there's a Jovi wing on green 2-8s. So this cell cannot be green 4-6 or green 3-7. It can't be green 1-9 for lots of reasons, but the easiest is because it sees green 1-9. So the only other green digit is green 2-8. But green 2-8 we know is in one of these two cells and in one of these two cells. And therefore this is not green 2-8, so it's yellow. Which is the last yellow in the column, which makes this green. Yeah, you could also say it as one of those two is the green 2-8. That's a perfectly fine way to say the same thing. Let's see. So these are 2-8 and 3-7. this I know is 3, 7, or 2, 8. Let's see. I should rewind back to Garian's point into what row 2, column 1 sees. Oh, sorry. It's row 2, column 1, not row 1, column... No, it is row 1, column 2. Row 1, column 2 sees row 3, column 1. No, sees row 3, column 1. Ah, right. Okay, sorry. Okay, so that's beautiful. So Garian's point is this sees those 3 cells and red circle, so therefore it is green, and it is the green 3, 7. That is super smart, and so this is yellow. It is the last yellow, and therefore this is green. So this is now the green 3, 7. So this is the green 2, 8. So this is yellow. We've got all the greens in this column, so this is yellow. So these two... so this is green. And I know which green it is, actually. It's the green 3, 7. And so that green 3, 7 looks down and says this is green 2, 8. So this is green 3, 7. So these are yellow 3, 7 and yellow 2, 8. So one of these two is yellow 1, 9. For whatever that's worth. Oh yes, please do be sure to like the stream if you've not yet liked the stream. Row 8, column 2 is the 1, 9. How do I know this is not the 1, 9? Let's see. Oh, right. This cell sees that pair, is the point. Beautiful, Garian, yes. So this cell sees 4, 6, and it sees that pair, which is a 2, 8 and a 3, 7. So this is yellow 1, 9 for sure. Okay, gorgeous. And so this is a 2, 3, 7, or 8, and this is a 1, 9. So this is a 2, 3, 7, or 8. And yeah, row 8, column 3 is row 4, column 2, right? These are the same, and they're not red circle, so they can certainly be orange X. These two are the same, because I can't repeat the digit on the Renban. And so that digit is in fact there, is the point. So row 8, column 3 is row 4, column 2. Yeah, okay, so yeah, we've got that. Yeah, and so I think we probably now have actually filled in enough of this grid. We probably actually do need to fill this in. At least a little bit. All right, therefore this is that. Okay, I agree with that. And so this is 2, 3, or 7, 8 again. Can just leave it as 3, 7. Do I know it's not 2, 8? How do I know this isn't the yellow 2, 8? Oh, yes, it's a Renban. Right. Literally, this is a Renban. I know it's the yellow 3, 7. I don't need to do anything with it. Right. You can just ignore the black dot. Just pretend it's not there. The only yellow digit that can be on here is yellow 3, 7. I let myself get distracted from my values. Which is very unfortunate. Okay, so this is a 1, 2, 8, 9. To go here, just to finish off the column. So this is a yellow 3, 7. And so that yellow 3, 7 looks up there. So that's a 2, 8. So this isn't a 2, 8. It's a 1, 9. So that 1, 9 looks down here and makes that a 2, 8. Let's see. This is the 3, 7. Here. Let's see. 4, 6. Let's see. Okay, so what about... So this is 1, 2, 8. Oh, right. This is just 1, 9. So this is 2, 8. So that 2, 8 looks over here and makes that 1, 9 in yellow. Yellow 3, 7 in box 4. Right. That 2, 8 looks over. So that makes that a 3, 7. Makes that a 2, 8, which makes that a 3, 7. Which then actually is going to tell us what red X is, or sorry, red circle is 2, 8. And so this isn't 2, 8, it's 1, 9. That 2, 8 looks over, making that a 3, 7. I should go ahead and I should put my circles around all the 2, 8s that I have in the grid currently, just to make sure things stay pretty. Yeah, row 5, column 7 was another way I could have resolved that. So yeah, where does the yellow 2, 8 go? It now goes here. And so that's the last yellow. So that's green. And that green is now the green 1, 9, which also needs jewelry. It's a orange circle. Oh, row 1, column 4 I can resolve mysteriously. By that. Oh, so all of these need X's on them, just to be happy with their lives. Okay, so this 1, 9, oops, means that's not a 1, 9, so that is a 1, 9. So the tree is a 1 or a 9, but it will be impossible to know until we have finished everything else, which of those things it is. Let's see. There's some red circles missing, I am being told, which is important to me. So that is a red circle. This is not 2, 8. So this is 2, 8. Let's see. 1, 2, yeah, we've got 9 red circles. We've got 9 orange X's. We've got 9... No, we don't have 9 orange circles yet. That's an orange circle. And so this is 1, 9, and this is not 1, 9. It is 2 or 8. And now I look into this box and say, where is green 2, 8? Green 2, 8 is here. Therefore, this cell is now yellow. And as a yellow digit, it is a 1 or a 9. And there we go. I think we have solved this wonderful Miky puzzle. So congratulations to all the people who bet 19. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I know the 19 bet doesn't pay off very often, but we have it here. Very lovely puzzle. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Oh, am I missing red X's? Oh, I'm missing lots of red X's. Let's fill in the red X's. Wait, where are... Oh, red X's were on 3, 7s, and I just didn't use them very often. Let's fill in the poor red X's. Let's see. The poor red X's, indeed. There we go. Red X. There we go. Okay, I think I now have my 9 red X's. Somehow I missed red X. I don't know exactly how that happened, but we got there, yes. But yes, wonderful puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. I will be back shortly with another puzzle. So stay tuned. Red X Redemption, indeed. The new video game series coming soon, Red X Redemption. I will be back shortly with another puzzle. Alrighty, welcome back. We're going to keep this this Renban train rolling for just a little bit longer, and we are going to solve this Phistomefel puzzle, which has normal Renban rules like we just used, but also has thermometers, so the digits go up the thermometer. This looks a great deal like a Tirganis puzzle to me, the way that the way this thermo and this Renban are structured. Yes, I know some of you will have heard of Phistomefel before. Let's see. So has anyone done this who can provide a bet tree? I hadn't actually noticed originally that this is perfect symmetry, but this is perfect symmetry between the sides to the extent that you can have that in a puzzle of this sort. Row 9, column 5, sold. So the sort of stuff that my brain immediately looks at in this sort of puzzle is that these two digits, they always have to go over here, down on this side, because I can't repeat the yellow digits on the thermo, so they end up there. And so I end up with 2 yellow digits up here, which means the yellow digits here can only ever be at most 1 apart. So, sorry, that's not true. At most 2 apart. I failed to realize that this cell was here, apparently. Which doesn't actually feel all that useful. But the reason why I'm drawn to it is because exactly the same logic tells me exactly the same amount of useful, which is to say not very, about these green cells, because, again, the green cells can't repeat on the Renban either. And so what would be very interesting is if it turns out that this ropes or doesn't rope or something of that sort, but I don't quite see it yet. Row 4, column 7 is smaller than both yellows. I don't see that yet. Row 4, column 7 in box 3. Right. Okay. Right. Sorry. I get it now. Okay. So the question is, where does this single digit go? This single digit goes up here, and so it goes down here. And so it's smaller than the yellows. I don't know that that's going to do a lot. But it does work. And I could do a similar thing over here, although I don't know that it's all that useful. It probably can't actually be in the bulb, because it's at most 3 away from the yellows. And so, yeah, so because these are consecutive, the point is that it can't actually be here. Because at absolute furthest, I go blue and then both yellows up here and 1 digit in between. See, I'm being told it can't even go in row 8, column 8. Right, because if it went in row 8, column 8, the digit that would go between them is in column 8 already. Right. Right. So these digits all Renban each other. If this is blue, then I have 1 more digit, and all of these are a consecutive sequence, but then that digit that's between them needs to also appear on the Renban, which does not work. So in fact, actually, blue goes exactly here, which is very interesting, because it tells me, again, that that these are either all consecutive or close to consecutive. Okay. Yellows can't have a 9, since row 3, column 7 would not have a value. Yeah, if that was 9, I'd have a 9 on this Renban. And these would be 9, 8, 7, 6, and this would see all of them. And that's not going to work. So yeah, so yellow has no 9. So the sort of the maximum here is 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Yep, so that's a very clever observation. This needs to be bigger. There needs to be a bigger number than the numbers on the Renban. Let's see. Okay, so... But then I think there's a fair amount of flexibility as to what this actually is, perhaps. Let's see. Someone says this can't be 5 for the same reason. This is 5, 6, 7, 8. Then these digits... right. If this is a 5, that does break. Okay, that's very cool. If this is a 5, then this is a 6, and these are a 7, 8. But now what on earth am I putting with my 7, 8 on my Renban? 5 and 6 are the only available options, and I have used them already. Unless I use a 9. But if I use a 9, then now I'm back to the problem where this cell has no value. So yeah, so that can't be a 5. Which means this can't be a 4. It's not the most useful, but it's not nothing. So 9 in column 8 can only actually go in one of these two places. Martin points out that's certainly true. If 9 is on the line in box 3, Jay, it makes these a 6, 7, 8, 9 triple, and then what goes here is the problem. It's a very cool trick. I like that a lot. Okay, Isabella says there also can't be a 1 on the Renban, because we know 3 of the digits are all more than 2, and if 3 of the digits are all more than 2, the 4th can't be a 1. So there's no 1 on this Renban. So 1 in this column actually can only go in one of these 3 spots. It would be nice to know that this is a 1-9 pair, but I doubt that it is. None of these digits are 5. That doesn't seem like it can possibly be useful, but what can you do? Actually, where is 5 in column 8? Because there's definitely a 5 on this Renban. So 5 in column 8's just there, right? Do we agree with that? I don't think 5 in column 8 can go anywhere else. Right? If I can't use a 1 or a 9 on this Renban, then it definitely has a 5 on it. All of the cells on the Renban see that, so I need a 5 somewhere. The 5 can only go here. Blue is 5. And we get to do a 5 dance out of nowhere for a microstudy. Ba-boop ba-doo. Woohoo! Ba-doop ba-doop boop boo. Woohoo! Oh, it can be on the Renban. Dagnammit. You're right. It can be on the Renban. Right. Darn it! Something felt wrong. Well, we'll give you a half a dance anyway. Sorry, Zach. I got overly excited. Right. There's a 5 in the column, but of course the 5 can be in those cells. If I highlight these cells to see these cells, see these. These can't be 5. That's certainly true. But it does seem like an interesting thing to think about where 5's going to go in this box. I don't think it can go there. I deleted my 9 corner marks. I did delete my 9 corner marks. Oh, and I undid removing 4 from that cell after I removed 5 from that cell. Let's see. Kerbon asks where 9 is in column 2. If there's a 9 on here, then I don't quite see what goes wrong. Let's see. Let's look at Isabella's point. If there's a 2 on the Renban, then these things are all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good night, Fuchsia. And so these become a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple. And the question is now blue is 6. These are 7 and 8, but 7 and 8 in the column are also a problem. So there can't be a 2 on the Renban either. That's a cool spot. So there's no 2 on the Renban. So my Renban is from, just for the record, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so if this can't be... Oh, no, that's... Sorry, this... Yeah, now it has 5 and 6. Let's see. Okay, Jay says if it's got 3 on it, then it's 3, 4, 5, 6. That becomes a sextuple of 3, 4, 5, 6. Of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And these become 7, 8, 9. But again, if these are 7, 8, and 9, then that means that these had to be 6 and 5 or something. But that doesn't work for some reason. Let me... Right, these have to be 5 and 6. Wait, why does this not work? Oh, the problem is the thermo. Okay, so if there's a 3 on here, then these are a 3, 4, 5, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sextuple. Makes that a 7, 8, 9. The problem is these being a 7, 8, 9 means that these numbers have to be bigger than 7, 8, 9 without using 7, 8, 9. That doesn't work. So there's no 3 on here either, which now lets me take 3 out of that cell, which lets me take 4 out of that and 5 out of that. And so we now know 5, 6, and 7 all appear in this collection of digits. It's true, blue is definitely not the 7 or the 8, because blue is the smallest of the digits, so blue is only from 4, 5, 6. And actually, this digit, if you think about it, actually is quite a bit more restricted than it looks like, because even if blue is 4, this digit still can't be 5 or 6, because then those are going to be up here. So this is always a 7, 8, 9. Hey, Mavir. I hope you're doing well. This is almost a quintuple, interestingly. If this is a 4, it would be a quintuple. Is that a problem? If this is a 4, these are a quintuple, a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 quintuple, in which case then the things left in the column are 1, 2, 3, and 9. It doesn't immediately feel like a problem to me. So this cell, let's just write in what it can be. So we know it's not 9. It sees a 5, 6, and 7 on the thermo, for sure. It can't be an 8 because of that. It's certainly not a 1. So this is only from 2, 3, or 4. So that tells me that this cell is from 1, 2, 3, for whatever that is worth. This feels like we're going the wrong way, if I'm honest. Let's see. One in the column, only in 3 places. These cells also see that whole thing, so I probably should write these in too. So these are also not 5, 6, or 7 at the very least. I know one of them is 9. Right. There's definitely a 7 on this thermo. This is Josh's point, and that 7 doesn't go there. So therefore, the 7 doesn't go here, so therefore the 7 does not go there. Okay, Sayori claims if I put a 3 here, then putting a 1 and a 2 here breaks, which it does for a funny reason. So if this is a 3, I now have to put the 2 there and the 1 here for the column, but now I have no digit to put there because I used the 1 there. So I agree, this is not a 3. Do these have to be equal? They do have to be equal, right? Because now Sayori's point is, where does this go in this box? And the answer is it certainly doesn't go there. So this only goes there. So these are the same. So that's not a 3. We can start marking them. As D-Web says beautifully, yes, from row 9, column 8's perspective, they have to be the same. Yep. So now Garian's point is if this digit's a 2, now it becomes impossible to place 2 in this box because remember, this is a 1 in that instance. So that's not a 2. No, not quite. Now all I'm saying is one of these is a 2, but that's not really a profound statement at all. Should I think about what this digit can be? Yeah, Garion is right. This digit, actually, if I look in this box, this digit goes in one of these two places. So this digit, therefore, is at most a 4. Oh, and this is certainly not a 4, right? Certainly not a 2. Because that digit in this box has to go on here, and it either goes here or here. I don't know which. So I don't know if these are the same 3-4 or if they're a 3-4 pair. It certainly tells me that's not a 4, though. Let's see. So these digits are a 1, 2, and then a 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm curious if the 1, 2 can go here, if there's something weird about that. Okay, Isabella says if this digit goes here, it's a 4. Which is then going to be a problem because this is going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. These are going to be an 8, 9 pair. Ah, right. Because if this is a 4, the point is I need to put a 3 in this column, and I can't. Because if this is a 4, and it goes there, then this is a 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can't put the 3 in here, but this is a 4, so I can't put it there either. So in fact, Isabella's point is these two are the same digit. For whatever that means. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, these are. Yeah, the missing the non-yellow digit in here goes over down here. So yeah, if this is a 4, that has to be a 3. Is really sort of the point here. Let's see. Can we do anything meaningful with anything over here that might help make this go better? It doesn't seem to me like we can, but maybe we can in some fashion. One of these is the yellow circle, or sorry, is the red circle, of course. I'm still calling it the yellow circle from the previous puzzle. One of these is the red circle. I mean, I guess I know that 9 is over here, right? Wait, I don't think these pencil marks are correct. I don't think I actually know that the 1, 2 is over here. I think the 1, 2... Could the 1, 2s in the column both be up here? I don't see why not. Let's see, Garion says this digit is the last digit from the box 3 Renban. Is it because there's a problem if this is roped or something like that? There's definitely a problem if it's roped. So, oh, I guess it's just as easy as asking where the last digit goes. because the last digit in this isn't red X. It's not yellow. It's not a 1 or a 2. It's not blue. It's and so the last digit from this Renban definitely goes here. Yeah, just Sudoku and nothing too fancy. So the non-yellow digit goes here. This is all quite mysterious. I'm just looking at the fact that these 3 cells see this entire Renban and trying to decide if that's going to mean anything. I mean, it means they can't be 5, for example. But I don't quite see, like, maybe there's something interesting going on with these things. So these Renban definitely have a digit in common. Is that interesting? Because if I ask where these 3 digits go in this box, in fact, these Renban have at least 2 digits in common, actually. Is that interesting? I do not know. So D-Web is kind of interested in whether this can really be a 4. If this is a 4, these are a 1, 2, 3. And now these are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because, sorry, these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so therefore, so are these. That's a good point. This digit is on this Renban. I'm not sure it does a lot, but Sayori is correct. This digit has to show up on this Renban. I don't even see 4 being out right away. Is it a 9 on the Renban anywhere anywhere, or is it only if I put a 9 in the Renban in this column? Kuraban. Right. Okay, yes. So if this is a 4, these are a 1, 2, 3, and now the question is, where do 1, 2, 3 go in this box? From here, so they don't go in any of those cells. They can't go there either. And so now there's 3 of them, and I have to put them here, and at least one of them goes on here, but there's no way that works because I just used the 4. Okay, so there's no 4 there. Now, if this was a 5, I would have 3 1, 2, 3, 4s to put in here. I would have to put a 1, 2, 3, 4 on this Renban. In fact, I would have to put 1, 2, 3, 4 verbatim on this Renban. So then the question is it possible that this is a 5 with these being a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple? And so then these are also a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in the column. And so these cells, no, that doesn't work. It's a little messy. But now the point is these cells, wait, actually, maybe it does work. Because now these are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this could just be a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, this can't be a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Renban. Because if this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Renban, the point is that these cells see every digit from 1 to 9, and that's a problem. So maybe this does break, but what if I hide the 8, 9 here and let these be? This seems problematic, but I can't articulate why. I think it's broken, but I think there's a nice way to say it, but I can't figure out why. It's something to do with the geometry of these 7 cells. And what happens if these 7 cells only have digits from whatever. So Garion says if these need to have common digits, which they do, then do row 5, column 1, and row 6, column 1 have to be the extreme ends of this Renban. I mean, can't they not be the extreme ends of this Renban if there's common digits? Because if these were the extremes of this Renban, then there couldn't be any common digits between these, right? I maybe misunderstood what Garion meant by the extremes. Not the opposite ends, but they have to both go at one end. Because, of course, these digits can't repeat on this Renban. The common digits... yeah, and whatever common digits they have... they can't go on this thermo at all. Hey, Ranks, how are you? You missed the puzzle with Renban and white dots. Yeah, this does not feel like we're looking in the right place to see the right thing, but who knows? Oh, this digit can't be a 5 for an, I think, very easy reason. Oh no, crap. No, I'm misunderstanding geometry again. Because this digit goes up here, so it actually shows up on this Renban. Let's see. So Isabella is saying, as row 4, column 3 appears in the Renban, I don't know what you mean by end green 2. the space between these... Josh says, I think this can lose its gray. If it isn't green, it also must go on the box 7 Renban in the same column. Let's see. Kerban says the Renban in box 4 and the Thermo in box 1. Oh, but it retracts before I have read it. So, where did these 3 digits go in box 4? Not in any of those places, but we know one of them goes here. So, in fact, these 2 Renban share exactly 2 digits, because we know that digit goes on the Renban. So that might be important. So this digit goes on this Renban down here, and therefore there are exactly 2 digits in common between these. Okay, I get Josh's point now. The point is there's 2 green digits, and if there's any digits between the green digits, they're down here, so they're not up here. So this cell's always one of the green digits, and then the other green digit is there or there, is Josh's point. Okay. I'm just going to give this the color orange just so we can talk about it. I know the orange digit is down here on this, and so there's an orange digit, and then there's 2 digits in common. So is it possible that these 3 digits are those 3 digits and this thing is roped? That probably isn't possible, right? But maybe it is. Okay. So here's a point from Garion that might potentially be useful. Together, because there's exactly 2 common digits between all of these Renban, that means that there are 7 distinct digits that appear on these and all of those cells see these 2. So therefore, these are from 1, 2, 8, 9. I was wondering if anti-roping was the point when I pulled up the puzzle, but I have not yet understood anti-roping to be the point. But it might well be the point. But if it is, I don't understand it yet. But it would be perfectly sensible for that to be the case. Are these 1, 2, 8, 9s at all interesting with this thermo? And they're either 1 and 2, 8 and 9, or 1 and 9. Those are the only actual options. They can't be, say, 2 and 9. That's not possible. Okay, so Isabella's saying if the other green is on the bulb, row 3, column 2 needs to appear on the Renban, and that breaks. Okay, so if these are both green, this digit needs to go on this Renban just by anything, just by Sudoku. And so this digit going in one of those cells breaks because I'm not quite sure I see it yet. Well, I mean, this cell could never appear on this Renban. Because this cell, if this cell's not green, it sees the entirety of this Renban. Green and orange are in a consecutive sequence. Right. Okay, I was really resisting doing this, but my brain keeps forgetting it. I need to actually remind myself that the orange actually is here. And so the point here is quite beautifully said. If this cell is green, then this digit is between the green digits and the orange digit, and so definitionally it shows up somewhere on the Renban, but that doesn't work. So in fact, this is the end where we have the green, or we have no green. This is some other digit. That makes sense. David has donated $11. What a way to end the first quarter of streaming and countless puzzles with mighty Phistomefel. Thank you, David, very much. Let's get you a donation dance. Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop woohoo! Boop boop. Thank you, David. Thank you. Also, I hear what might be a tornado alarm. I can't quite tell. It sounds not tornado alarmy yet, but I can't quite tell what they're trying to do. Row 1, column 2 is on the box 4 Renban. Yes, this is on the box 4 Renban. I agree. Oh, it's just 6 p.m. Right, it's just the 6 p.m. alarm. Sorry, you're right. Right, this is on this Renban. So the two non-orange digits here appear on this Renban together with that digit. Okay, so people are saying this means green is on the high end of the shared digits. I'm trying to mentally wrap my brain around this. Good luck, Renban. Right, this digit is on this Renban, but not this Renban. And so there's two low digits on this Renban. Then there's the two common digits. And then there's one more digit on this. And then after that, yeah, the common digit shows up here. And then I need two more digits that aren't in common, so the green are indeed. The green digits are higher. The green digits are the top of this length 7 virtual Renban, right? So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that what we're saying? And they're certainly not 9, if I understand all of that correctly. Because this low digit is lower than the greens, and the greens don't show up on this Renban. Sorry, the greens don't show up on this Renban. So they must be the top of the length 7 thing, and so they have to be from 6, 7, 8. And so this certainly is not 6, 5, 6, or 7. Right. Sorry. I think I'm off by 1 in my count, because orange is actually, so what happens is that digit shows up on this Renban. Then we have one more digit, then two common digits, And then those 2 common digits show up here, followed by the 2 green digits, followed by the orange digit. And so actually, sorry, it's these 3 that are at the top of the Renban, that is length 7. And so if you're the top 3 of a length 7 Renban, then I think actually 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is actually exactly correct. I don't think we can get any improvement on this. But I think what we can do is I think we can say, oh, sorry, no, this is the top. This is the top. So actually, sorry, we can say this is 7, 8, 9, this is 6, 7, or 8, and this is 5, 6, or 7. I think that's what we can do, because these 3 are the top of a length 7 Renban. And Sayori points out if this is 8, it breaks the tiny Renban. Let's try and understand this. So if this is 8, then these are 7 and 6. Why can't this be 9 in that instance? Row 3, column 2. Oh, row 3, column 2 can't be 8. Okay, so if this is 8, this is 9. Because these are, we now know, actually a Renban. Although I'm just going to draw that in. These 3 digits actually Renban each other in order. They're a Renban-bometer. If this is an 8, then this is a 9. And so this would have to be a 7, but that's also a 7. Okay, I agree. This is not an 8. And so if that's not an 8, because it would, again, rule out every cell there, then this isn't a 7. And this isn't a 9. Okay, so if that's not a 9, then one of these is a 9. Which means neither of these can be a 2. So that means there's a 2 in this column somewhere else. The 2 in this column is either there or there. And either way, that means there's a 2 on this length 4 thermometer, or this length 4 Renban. So it is from 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, it's from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because remember, this digit shows up on this. So either that's a 2, in which case it shows up on this, or that's a 2, in which case it shows up on this. So this is always from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this digit's always 1 more than this, because that digit's 1 less. So this digit's always an 8 or a 9, and we have an 8-9 pair in the row, out of nowhere. But that at least rules 8 out of that cell, for whatever that is worth. Okay, so it's being pointed out we actually need to put a 9 in this row somewhere. We certainly can't put the 9 there. In fact, actually, this digit completes a sextuple in the row. This is going to be big, because this digit's at most 6 because of the fact that this cell can't be 8 or 9 anymore. And so this can't even be as high as 7, because that would require an 8 there. So we've completed our sextuple, and therefore this is a 7, 8, 9 triple is the point. And so this can't be a 9. No, that's not true. Sorry. Well, the lowest... Okay, let's just write out the absolute lowest I could possibly go is a 5. And this cell's never an 8 or a 9. Because of the 8, 9 in the row. So... yeah, we're going to need to fit some 1, 2, 3s in this row. This digit, actually, is now a 6, 7, 8, or 9. Okay, and now this digit sees this whole Renban, so we have to be very careful, because this Renban definitely has a 7 on it, so this can't possibly be a 7. If this were a 6, it would force these to be a 7-8-9 triple with a 7 there and an 8-9 pair on the sides. That actually looks okay. Okay, Garion says row 4, column 6 can't be 9 because it breaks box 2. Seven is not less than 6. I don't know what we're talking about the 7 and the 6. Wasn't I talking about putting a 9 here or something? Oh, no. Okay, I got it. No, sorry, I understand now. So, if I make this Renban a 7-8-9 Renban, the point is that's the 7, and this is now a 6. So I can't put a 9 on this Renban at all, is Tristan's point. So there's no 9 in either of these cells. That makes sense. Okay, so that is in fact only from 7 or 8. So that's a 7-8 pair, and we have our first digit. We have a 9. We get to do another digit dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I was not expecting the 9, I'll be honest. So now 9 in this box, actually... Oh, 9 can go there. I think still. Right. This digit actually needs to be bigger. Garion puts it very well. This digit's bigger than every digit on this Renban, not just some of them. Because as soon as you're bigger than this digit... then because these digits form a consecutive sequence that can't go there, then you have to be bigger than them too. And so this Renban definitely has a 6 on it, so this is not a 6. This can only be 8 or 9. At this pace will be done in only 67 hours. That sounds promising. So, okay, I agree with that deduction. Okay, Michael says this can't be a 6, because if this is a 6, that's a 7. Ah, but now this is a 7-8 Renban. I guess a different way to say Michael's point is, this cell sees the entirety of this length 3 Renban, so it can't have anything in common with it, and there's definitely a 6 on this Renban. So this is never a 6. And now we have a quintuple in the row, so we've actually placed a 6 here. And so we get a 6 there, which now actually gives us a 7 and an 8, if I did that correctly, which I sure hope I did. So these digits include a 7 and an 8. And so they don't include a 4 of any sort, because a 4 would not Renban these things. In fact, apparently this is a 5, 7, 8. Who knew? If that's a 5, 7, 8, that's a 9, and that's an 8, and that's a 7. And so that's a 6 and a 5. That's now an 8, so that's a 9. Okay, so now 8 and 5 are too far apart, so that's got to be a 7 and a 6 and a 5. And suddenly we're making progress? This is mad. Let's see, no 8 there. Oops, no 8 there. No 5 there. Okay, so I seem to recall... Okay, so orange is a 5-6 pair. Or sorry, green is a 5-6 pair. And then, how did this go again? There's orange and then the 2 common digits. So the 2 common digits are 3 and 4 now. Note there's a 5 here, so we actually can just say these are 3, 4, and 7. That's not 3 or 4, it's a 1 or a 2. But that's a 9, because there's a 1, 2, 3, 4 Renban in the box. That's an 8. So that's the 9 over in this box, because we needed one of those things to be a 9. Okay, this is the other 1, 2. It's not that 1, 2, but it's not 3, 4, or 7 either. Now we have a quadruple in the row, making this a 5. Good lord, what is happening? And in fact, now we have a quadruple in this box, making that a 5. Making that a 6 and a 5. In that fashion. Sure. So there's a 5 and a 6 over here. This cell can't be a 6. Could it be a 5? No. Because if this cell was a 5... So the point is this cell can't be the 5 or the 6. This cell's not green. If this were a 5 or a 6, these can only be from 7, 8, 9, but this can be none of those. So these are in fact a 5, 6 pair hidden in this box. And so these are the remainder, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not 8 or 9. This is only 1 or 2. Oh, I'm being told this is a maximum of 4, because it's not, in fact, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is a maximum of 4 and a minimum of 3. So this is 3 or 4 only. In fact, actually, this whole row is from 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is only from 2 or 3, for whatever that is worth. Annoyingly, that digit can be 5, but this can't go as high as 6. So these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that one's not a 5. It's almost, but not quite to a quadruple. Oh, this is supposed to be a 1, 2 in the center, not in the corner. I don't know how I screwed that up. Excuse me. The 8 in this box is up here somewhere. Right. Isabella points out I can do exactly the same thing with this box that I did over here. That's no longer able to be yellow. And so therefore these are both yellow and are a 7-8 pair. The 4 is placed in row 4, D-Web points out. So these aren't 4. These are a 1, 2, 3 triple. So these are the rest. Namely, that's a 4 and a 9. Just to make that all work out. These are a triple again. Less exciting than before. Right. I know where the yellow is in this box now. As well. I can decolor this because I know it's not a 6, and I can decolor that because I know it's not a 6. So blue, we know, goes here, actually, exactly, while we're placing things. While we're allowing ourselves to think about Sudoku, we might as well think about Sudoku. These are not 7 or 8. I don't think I have anything more profound to say than that about it at the moment. This row is so close to doing something. If Sayori points out if there's a 1 anywhere on this Renban, it makes these a 1, 2, 3, which would give us a 1, 2, 3 quadruple in the row, which I certainly should not do. So none of these are 1. So there's definitely a 3 and a 4 on this for whatever I'm able to get out of that. Like, these cells can't be 3 or 4 and... that cell! No, that cell does not see the whole Renban. I don't know why I constantly think this cell sees the entirety of that Renban, because my brain tries to, by symmetry, reflect those two cells over there, but of course it's not symmetric. You know how it goes. So I'm being told there might be a 7 in row 7. Ah, yes, there is going to be a 7 in row 7, and it's going to go exactly there. Very disappointingly, if I'm honest. It does let me color this, though, so there's that. I'm going to go ahead and orange that. I'm at it. Actually, I should orange that 7 as well, and I should yellow these 7s. Oh yeah, you're right. There are just no cells that see this whole Renban. I am just, I don't know what. I am doing something. I keep feeling like it should break somehow if this is a 5, because these have to be a 3-4 pair, but if it breaks, I don't know why. I know one of these two is a 3, of course. 3 is placed here now in row 4, which has made that a 4. Made that the other 1, too. So that's a 4 for the same reason. That's not a 4 anymore. That's not a 4 anymore. So that places 4 in this box. So these are just 1, 2, 3, I think. Yeah, those are 1, 2, 3. These are now a 2, 3 pair. There's a, by the way, I'm going to notice there's a 1 up here in the column, so that's not a 1. But these are a 2, 3 pair, was pointed out by several people in chat, so that's not a 2 or a 3, and that just is a 1. So none of these are 1, which means none of these are 2, which means that is 2, which means that's not 2, while we're at it. So that 2, 3 pair means... Does that mean this can't be a 2? No, not quite. That's not a 2 either. Something is... My spidey sense is going off about this somehow. Sven has more to say about 1 and 2. Oh, there's a 1 there. Haha. So that's a 2, and that's a 2, and that's a 1, and that's a 3, and that's a 1 and a 2. These are a 2, 3 pair. That's the 3 and the 4. That's the 2 down there. That's now become just a 3, so that's a 2. This has to be bigger than 2. This is certainly not a 3 anymore. That's a 2, 3, 4 triple, so that's a 1. That's not a 2, so that is by the 1, 3 pair in the row. So that looks down, making that a 4 and a 5 and a 3. So my attempt to prove that was not a 5 was somewhat doomed from the start, is what I am concluding here. So that's an 8 and a 7. We've got some more 7s to yellow-orange. We can probably mark up this box with an 8, a 4, a 3, and a 5. We can mark up this box with a 7, a 6, and a 2. We can yellow-orange that. We can just regular yellow the 8s. We do have some 2s to circle while we are... hopefully finishing this up. And we have some 4s to X. Let's see. That 4 needs an Xing. This between border X is probably not very helpful anymore. Okay, we've got some more stuff. Oh, we've got some 6s to blue. Let's not forget to blue the 6s. Okay, so there's a triple to put here, and I should probably mark that cell as well. So that is a 9 and a 4 and an 8 and a 9. These are not 9 anymore. That 8 is yellow, but not orange. Let's sort of put a little house around the tree. So this is an 8, a 6, a 9, a 7, an 8, a 1, sorry, oops, a 7 and a 1 and a 5 and a 6 and a 1 and a 5. The 5s all need to be green. The 6s all need to be green and blue. The 7s all need to be yellow and orange. Oops. No. I was in the wrong mode. The 7s all need to be yellow and orange. There we go. The 8s just need to be yellow. We still need to X all of our 4s. I think we have the correct number of X's. Do we have the correct number of circles? No. I think we now have the correct number of circles. Let's see, 2 yellows in every box. Looks good. 2 greens in every box, one of which is blue. Looks good. And so I think we are ready to identify that this digit is a 3. So congratulations to all the 3-betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Wow, that was a challenge, but a very interesting puzzle. The way it just sort of like all started falling apart once we understood that it was all about sort of really piecing together these Renban was very cool. It certainly felt like we were like really lost in the weeds for 30 minutes at the start of the puzzle, and then everything just sort of flowed very smoothly from there. Which is especially impressive given the complete symmetry of the grid. I am also sure that this is the coloring that Phistomefel intended for the puzzle to be solved with this mixture of coloring and subcoloring and circles and X's. But yes, the lostness did eventually come up because we did eventually sort of completely understand what was happening over here in a way that did it. Yeah, row 4 was like the fact that ultimately the point was 7, 8, and 9 are really hard to fit in row 4, so you get this triple was crazy, but awesome. I enjoyed that a lot. So if Phistomefel at some later point watches this, I hope they enjoyed the solve. Interesting that this thermometer also turned out to be a Renban. Alrighty, Phistomefel, Microstudy would like to say hi, if you are watching. Alrighty, so I should probably go eat dinner. But thank you everyone for joining me. That was a fun day. We did a lot of puzzles today, including a number of lovely Renban puzzles, and the first ever Tallcat loop puzzle, which I'm very excited to see the second ever Tallcat loop puzzle in the near future, I hope. Please do take a minute to like the stream if you've not yet liked the stream. It does very much help us out. I'll be streaming again on Sunday at the usual time, so please do stop by then if you're available. The VODs are always up forever, so if you ever miss a stream and want to see what you missed, you're always welcome to stop by. Thank you to everyone who supports us on YouTube or Patreon or Ko-fi or whatever other way. We have some anonymous donors. We appreciate the anonymous donors as well. We, of course, don't thank them by name because that would defeat the purpose of them being anonymous. But thank you very much to the anonymous donors who donate on Ko-fi. Talk to Tristan if you want details. But if you want to support us, the easiest way to do that is to click the join button down on YouTube, and that will get you the like green name and all the fancy Zach emotes that we love to see in chat. I was thinking when I looked at this grid that we were going to get to use the Zach roping emote, but there was, I think, no roping in this puzzle unless we horrendously misunderstood the break-in. I don't think the puzzle was ultimately about roping, like I assumed it would be when I saw a bunch of thermos and Renbans with this exact shape. I'd like to also call out specifically the turbines, the people who support at the top level: David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Logan, Daniel, and Willie. Congratulations again to Logan, by the way, for the feature. And thank you all, and I will see you all soon. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.